Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Great Ideas Live Reading Room for the pre-market show. Guys, I'm just hearing a little bit of headline news. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Paradox. So you guys can see my screen also. Just give me one moment, guys. I got to turn that sound a little bit down. Here we go. Thank you, Les, and you people in YouTube. So yeah, BONX, guys, we have no float information on it. I did check the float. It looks like it's about 6.7 million Aussie stock. Something to do with its mid-stage results. PTSD symptom severity. So BNOX is just ripping here. Again, the float is about 6.7 million. SLNO, as pointed out, they've done a financing, not bad. I mean, it got up to what, $30. So they did the financing at $20, not bad. Considering it was $4 a couple of days ago. So that is $60 million financing. It looks like 3 million shares at $20. So that's not bad. And as pointed out, Chico's CHS potential buyout. So there's really nothing to see up here. I mean, when the telltale sign, big pop, and then all of a sudden nothing, and that's typically where the buyout price is. So there's really nothing to see. Now, a couple of earnings plays. KMX earnings play. KMX is an earnings play, trying to recover just a little bit, but is down 10%. KMX, and it's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, through that 200-day moving average, which is at 73.18, so it's well below it now. And that is somewhat dragging down Carvana in the sector, CVNA being dragged down somewhat by that news about CarMax, KMX. Real cheap one. I don't know what it's doing right now. I don't know how close it is to a dollar. VXRX. VXRX. All right. So it came from 30 cents all the way up to 72 cents. A lot of volume, 18 million. Orphan drug designation by the FDA. Now the market's pretty whippy at I was watching this, and this was true. I mean, this wasn't just some kind of a weird topping tail that came right back down. Market was on a real lift. Now basically kind of flat right now. Another earnings play, not really a lot of action. Micron, MU, it's down 2.5%. Should say not a lot of action. I guess for this one, with 1 billion in the float, that is a lot of action. Release earnings after hours. I don't know if you guys were around. William, I know, kept the room open until earnings for Micron yesterday. So anyway, there's the earnings for Micron. Nice little recovery though, off the bottom. 64.40, 66, so about a $2 recovery so far. And Peloton, so they've got some kind of I guess a pretty big deal for them, but it has come back quite a bit. They announced some kind of a deal with Lululemon. Uh, I sort of read the article, but anyway, it is a deal with Lululemon. Peloton popped up after hours on that deal, 651, giving up about over $1.50 though. And yeah, a little bit of news for GameStop, GME. So that Ryan Cohn is assumed the CEO helm for GME, so that gave its stock a little bit of a pop. First thing you should do, Pierre, is check news, though. As Bill said, check the news. I mean, you should have some kind of a news source. When you see anything moving in the free market, I don't know who your broker is, but I mean, I've got here after brokers. There's my news source right there. Sometimes you'll see it in our news, especially if it happened the day before, like after hours. But you can see right there. There is some news for GameStop right there. But best thing to do is check the news. That usually is going to tell you why a stock has moved. Usually. That is about it, guys. So we've got another 2 days, or yeah, 2 days left in this miserable month of September for the market. Again, I've said this probably every day, but remember, September is historically the worst month of the year for the market. So this is not really a big surprise. You see, this is Redfin was up and now it's down. Yeah, I mean Redfin all over the place. RDFN. So on the CarMax, KMX. So again, through the 200 day moving, excuse me, through the 200-day moving average, 788. The next low is looking left around 69.39 on the weekly chart, maybe around 69. So it's got some room. It does have some room. Not quite $2 to the next low on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I was going to mention this EDSA. It popped up to $1.10, but it's right back down to 79 cents. So, all right, guys, I'm going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. So as I'm looking, not too many. I want to see, hey, take a look at DBRG. Let's see. We'll tell you what the upgrade price is. See if it's there right now. Okay. Guys, keep an eye on DBRG. Why? JP Morgan has upgraded it to $25, okay? Upgrade by JP Morgan, DBRG, $25. Their original price target was 19. So they've upgraded it to 25. No volume yet, but once the market opens, you never know. So keep an eye on that DBRG with that $25 price target. More expensive one from JP Morgan is HII. I don't know this company at all. I don't think I've really ever seen it before. HII, more expensive. It's outside the price range I normally trade. But HII, it has been upgraded. Well, and here's another one, guys. I mean, if you're into the more expensive ones, they've upgraded it from 250 to basically 250 to 250. A little confusing. It looks like they had an original upgrade to 250, but they've now 247. At any rate, it's only at 205 right now. There's no volume, but you can see there's definitely some room. So I would definitely be watching that DBRG to see if that upgrade takes effect once this market opens. DBRG. Now for the downgrade. Let's see if there's anything interesting on the downgrade side. So what I do see some more downgrades for NEP. I'll check the downgrade price and see if it's there. Okay, so NEP. I want to see what the downgrade price is. Let's see if it's there already. NEP. This one was big yesterday. Yeah, so it's already there. JP Morgan has downgraded it to 40, but it's already at 37.51. And I don't really see anything else that might be interesting. What's the spread like for DBGR? I'm sorry, DBRG. DBRG. What is the spread like right now? 1720, 1750. Again, not very much volume yet, but this is the news. Trading higher after JP Morgan upgraded the price target. Original price target, I guess they had at 19. Upgraded it now to $25. Now, again, that doesn't mean it's going to get to $25 anytime, but you know what? JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, some of these big guys, when they put these price targets on, you never know what can happen day out. Funny, I don't see, well, SSYS has been in the news for that for quite a while. I don't see SSYS. Oh, there it is, 8.6%. Okay, so there it is. So it terminated the merger agreement with Desktop Metal. Okay, so it terminated that deal with DM. What is DM doing right now? Nothing. So DM is doing nothing. Didn't see JBL as an earnings play. Let's take a look at JBL. Yeah, not bad, up 3%. If it could somehow take out 109, which is only $1 away, the next high is up here at 111. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. So another just sort of a blah day yesterday, not a big day, up or down. Looking on new doc channel bar. Why is BNOX up? A mid-stage study, Jason. Again, I just recommend that if you're, I mean, people ask me, why certain things are doing things. I'll certainly tell, but you can always check the news. Okay, just check news. If you don't have a news source, you should have one. Your broker probably has one. And I'm just talking in general, Jason. Okay, but you can just check the news, and had you checked the news, you would see that BNOX is a mid-stage study data that has been released. And obviously, right now, any of the market is rewarding them. Okay, guys, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see 63% in green, that means that 63% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Kind of interesting because usually when I see this, it's all or nothing. In other words, 100% are down or 100% are up. So a little bit of a mixed bag, but two-thirds are up from yesterday's close. Okay, guys, now only other thing I really want to look at, I mean, we know that most of the major indices are major sectors down below the 200-day moving average. You can see that the SPY was very close. The SPY's 200-day moving average itself is, it was 418 yesterday. Yeah, still 418, so still a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Most of, I think the majority of the major sectors now are below. The two stars are still going to be XLC stars, I mean, but they're drifting down. You can see what's happening here. There's that 200-day rising 200-day moving average. And you can see that the XLC, I mean, it's still above. And then the other one, of course, is XLK communications. It'll have a rising, right? Boy, look at this, guys. We're getting closer. This will be a big one if it takes it out. You know, we're already down. Financials are already below XLF. As I say, most majority of the major sectors are below the 200-day moving average. And who knows, the next one to fall might be XLK. That would be a big one, obviously. Actually, I want to see, yeah. So the three that are up, but again, they're all drifting down. Discretionary is now starting to move down also to that 200-day moving average. So there are three of them that are up. Maybe XLI is still up. Take a look at XLI. Yeah, so the XLI broke down a few days ago. So yeah, so I think there are only three major sectors: discretionary, communications, and tech that are above the 200-day moving average. I'm hearing Austin guys, ASTI probably. So ASTI, boy, ASTI is really giving it up. An all-time low now for ASTI, trading lower after the company announced, yeah, so they're doing the financing. Not available for shorting for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for ASTI. Workday, WDAY. Actually, this is down quite a bit. And on the volume, I knew it was down, but the volume is huge. Price target cut to 245 from 260. So it's way below. Well, Workday, let's see if there's any other news on this one. It's on an earnings play, it has earnings in November. So it's way, not even close to earnings. So I'm not sure what the deal is on Workday, WDAY. 5.8 million shares available to short for Workday at Interactive Brokers. So certainly widespread availability probably for Workday in terms of shorting. But man, oh man, just trying to see if there's any news on this one other than, I mean, Morgan Stanley has cut them, but they've cut it to $245 a share from 260. I mean, it's at 204 now. So is it guidance? I'm trying to see. Yeah, because they don't release until the end of November. Yeah, and I see we've got some multiple languages again in some of our, I don't know. Okay, Workday files after lowering subscription revenue guidance. Okay, so that was, I do see that news. So we've got that news. Okay. So if you want to, I don't know, point out that some of our news is in not just in English, just go support at trade-ideas.com and just point that out. I've already done it, but coming from customers, if it's a big deal, I don't know if it's a big deal, but now this could be interesting, guys. I did see this one. ORGO. Why could it be interesting? Well, look at the gap now. 367 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Blew through the 200-day moving average. Got rid of all this so far. It's actually shortable for me too. 661,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. See if there's any news. Withdrawal of local coverage determination. Is this something to do with your healthcare system? Withdraw final local coverage. Yeah, I don't understand your system at all, but anyway, I guess they're happy about that. ORGO. Okay, William. Well, listen. Obviously, you do not have to. You don't have to keep the room open to 4. A good one. I don't understand our system either. Okay. Anyway, guys, I mean, it's obviously and the float. It's not a low float, 78 million, not crazy high, but it's not certainly not a low float, 78 million. But reacting to that news for them. Well, man, yeah, two things to look forward to. The end of September, get rid of this miserable month, and then in about 2 weeks after that, we will start to have some earnings coming in. Yeah, I saw the GME news. But I'm trying to sound like a valley girl, whatever. But seriously. CVNA continues to, and I'm not slagging you, Ken, of course. I just find it amusing. This guy, he's been the savior for AMC. No, now he's going to be the savior for GME. The only thing he's saving, as far as I can see, is his pocketbook. He's made billions on all this stuff. Bed Bath and Beyond, the other one. But maybe I'm too jaded. I don't know. Metaphorically speaking, Grumpy. CVNA guys continues to move down. We can call it a sympathy play with CarMax, KMX. Okay. So this is CarMax, KMX earnings play. Auto retailer missed the profit expectations. Believes the vehicle affordability challenges continue to impact their unit sales, etc. So we have let's see, other ones in the sector also, CVNA, PAG, GPI, AN, etc. Probably none of them are doing well. Okay, guys, sorry, I had heard some news about Lululemon and Exponential Fitness. I'm trying to find Exponential, see what if they're even trading as a. I don't know, maybe they're not a public company. I thought it might have been that Expon, but it is not. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. So, actually, what am I talking about? Right now, 1 minute. 1 minute. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Try to pay more attention to my daily reversals again today. Morning Brook, etc. All right, guys. So Rio is going to be watching this SSYS. Mapped out some levels, potential levels, I guess. Uh, we're open now, guys. We are now open for business. So Stratasys has made a market high. Of course, the pre-market high is way up here, 1424. There go a little bit of a move here, a little bit of a move. Peloton, again with this deal they've got now with Lululemon, but it's pulled back a lot. Pulled back a lot. That deal they've got with Lululemon was announced after hours yesterday. You can see the move area on my 15-minute chart. You can see the big pop up to 650 or so, but it has pulled back a lot now. Market is going to open weak again. GameStop moving down. GME moving down. I think the market's just getting wise to this. I mean, Grits guys, I did see this one. Grits GRTS. I did see this one. Had a big pop after hours. This is a bio, but again, it is early. You guys, sort of active in the pre-market. The CXAI, yeah, volume coming in. CXAI. Don't know if there's any specific news for it. Let's take a look left on the daily chart to see where it could keep going before it stalls. To me, it looks like 2 could be a real stumbling block for it. Speaking of Ryan Cohen, AMC, what's happening with A? Look at AMC now, guys. So this is the other one that he controls. AMC is starting to sink along with GME. Remember now, guys, this is like a 73-cent stock. They did a 1 for 10 forward split. This is like a 73-cent stock. Reverse split, sorry. Not real. SSYS, I mean, it's been, well, I don't like trading in that first 15, but SSYS is looking not bad now. And we've got Bolt. I did see Bolt, BOLT, but the minute it went down to $1, I sort of lost interest. But Bolt, there is some room. 129, 23 million in the float. But SQ on the way down, guys. SQ on the way down. What a bunch of days this has had. Not that long ago, this was $60 down to 43. SQ. Well, look at it. ACAD. ACAD now through the 200-day moving average. ACAD showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And this is actually a daily reversal. Look at this. I had a big day yesterday. And look at this. Look at ACAD completely reversing yesterday's gains. I just wish it wasn't happening right off the bat. SLNO, guys. SLNO on that financing. CarMax is actually having a bit of a bounce. KMX is having a bit of a bounce. Wow, ACAD, I can't, just too early for me to take this. But let's take a look left, looking left. The next low looking left is $20, 2030. So it has about $1.60 to go. It'll hit that low on the weekly chart. Was there some, obviously there was some news on this. I didn't hear it, didn't see it. ACAD. But there's certainly no clue yesterday that this was going to happen. Look, I mean, yesterday had a great day. ACAD had a great day. There's a bit of a wacky one yesterday, guys. The BHVN. It's not up very much, but it's still active. Well, I think you went long, William. Well, NEP had some downgrades, but it was already the downgrade price. But NEP continues to make its way down after yesterday's, because on the forecasting. AYTU. Now, this is coming right into the 200-day moving average. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, just in case that stalls. Big day yesterday. I don't really recall seeing this one yesterday. It really didn't trade very much, only 178,000 yesterday, but look at the volume right now, already at 137. So this is AYTU, guys. Something's happening with this one. But will that 200-day moving average just block it? Look at SLN. I just mentioned SLNO, guys. Highly risky, okay? Not very much in the float. But they did a financing, not a bad price for them, I suppose. They did a financing at $20, considering the stock was, 3 days ago was sitting at 450. So that actually is pretty darn good. Raising $60 million. The XRX continues to move. It's a market high. The pre-market high was $73. This is FDA gives them orphan drug designation. Okay, so that is their big news. 133%, lots of volume, 37 million, 8.7 in the float. Is going to trade the float many, many, many times today. I will get in. I'll get interested if it gets over $1, but did I say $73? Sorry, 73 cents. Sorry. Can't get anything by you guys. Look at Titan or Tetra, guys. TTI on the move here. TTI on the move, 2-year high now. TTI on the move. You have an $8 price target put on them by benchmark. TTI. Volume coming in. Uranium, guys. CCJ, Chemical. Still strong. CCJ, if you want to trade the ETF, this is the ETF for energy, URA. Very strong still. I don't know where PJ is, but I know he's been talking about uranium for a while now. There's Sunrun, guys. I know somebody mentioned TAN, the ETF earlier. So, wow, look at Sun. Wow. So let's take a look at the ETF for solars, and that is TAN. Actually, I'm sorry. That is not Sunrun. I'm sorry. That is Sunrun is Run. I'm sorry. That's Sunoco, SUN. So of course, take a look at XLE, the energy ETF. If you're going to play an energy stock right now, actually interesting. So Sunoco is running on its own. Sunoco is actually running on its own, SUN. If there's any news on this one. So DBRG has been a bust. Yeah, didn't do. I was expecting maybe a little bit of a pop on that upgrade by JP Morgan, but so far nothing. What I'm going to do, I'll put an alert up here, but it doesn't look like it's going to that upgrade to 20 what did I say, 20 odd dollars, not helping it at all today. UIT, you guys, right at that 200-day moving average, 234. It's at 237 right now. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is, well, that's 235 and then 284. So boy, there's some room if it really takes this out, this 200-day moving average. Believe it or not, there's still some room for this to move until it's the next high, which is 284. Yeah, BNOX is up, but it's moving down. So I mean, it's starting to give it up. I mean, yeah, it's up 400%, but it is really starting to give it up. Spinner guys. Okay, guys, what is the market doing? I'm just taking a quick look to see what is happening with the overall market. MRUS, guys, looks like this one is on the move. MRUS is on the move. Yes, MRUS on the move. Big day yesterday and a continuation today, taking out all of this on the daily chart. Maybe coming into a resistance area on the daily chart now, though. On the weekly, just look left. You can see probably some resistance. ADTX got so this was halted, and let's see now. Where could it go? Let's see where it could open. Wow. I mean, if this holds, this is going to be an explosion. If it holds, this is what I'm talking about. So there's the halt for ADTX at 1692. I mean, this may not hold. This seems a little ridiculous, but the potential open is 1933. I just have my doubts this is going to hold. So if you're unfamiliar with this, we have a halt at 9:45 plus 42 seconds. Typically, these are 5-minute halts. Okay, 5-minute halt. So if it is, it'll open at 9:50 plus 42 seconds. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, and this is the potential open, but this is not us. This is certainly not set in stone. I would anticipate this is going to move a little more closely to that 1692, but have to wait and see. Well, guys, there's the MRUS. Wow. Didn't care. Didn't care about all this. Did not care about all that. So far, anyway. All that looking left. So, Kareem, you probably have, if you check in your toolbar, check to see where it says idea surfing. Okay. If it says, if it says currently idea surfing, that's probably the reason. Okay. So just, it is paused. Then I have no idea why it will keep moving from one stock to the other. Sorry, I have no idea. Okay, guys, earnings play. Yeah, sorry, I really can't help you. Don't know why it would be jumping around from symbol to symbol. Well, there's Micron, guys, one of the big earnings plays from yesterday, after hours. Micron, MU, moving down, and boy, I mean, the next low looking left, it still has a little bit of room. The next low is 62.62, so not quite, but a dollar, say dollar 30 or so, dollar 70 or so from. And also, you've got that 200-day moving average, the 62.41. Okay, guys, SJ, what's SJ doing here? SJ, it's got some room on the weekly anyway. It's got some room. 483 looks like the high for SJ. China stock. Can you draw on your trade ideas charts if you wanted to? There are some drawing tools. Okay, so if you right click on a chart and go to a markup, you can draw horizontal lines, trend lines, arrows, and some text. That's what you can do right now. Okay. So again, right click on a chart. I don't know if you have trade ideas Caruso right now, but so the answer is yes, with some limitations, of course, but right click on the chart, I'm sorry, go to markup. So these are the four things that you can do. Boy, NEP just getting belted again. Okay, guys, Peloton having a little bit of a lift here. Now, I would be looking at this 15-minute chart pre-market. To me, there looks like a lot of resistance right around that 530 mark. 530 to 540. If you look at that, because there was a lot of there was a lot of volume there. has a deal with Lululemon that they announced after hours yesterday. So now, if it can somehow break through 540, it's a big float, 305 million in the float. So it is a big float. So I just have my doubts that it's going to be able to get through all that for Peloton, PTON. Wow. Well, again, you know what? I don't know what's wrong with me because this NEP happened at 9:45, right in my wheelhouse. This is on the normal option activity. So I don't know how I missed it. 33.53. It's at 32.36 now, over a dollar move, and it happened at 9:45. And that's in my abnormal. It's the only one. How's Knee doing? NEE. That was a sort of sister company or some. I'm not sure exactly what the tie-in. Same name, Nextra. So NEE is moving down also, along with NEP. Well, here's another one, guys. Showing them on on my 10-day daily break down. CVAC. This is almost an all-time low. CVAC, CVAC. Looks like the all-time low is right down here around 558 for CVAC, CVAC. Just trying to eyeball that. Well, I wanted to get it exactly. 563 looks like that's the all-time low for CVAC, CVAC. Yeah, pretty uh, choppy action right now for SSYS. Bottoming tails, topping tails. With their basically the merger, potential merger with DM is gone. All right, guys, I'll make a nail by this. I'm trying to short this one. Steve back. I'm going to cancel it. The it's down more than 10%, so lots of shorts available. That's not the issue, but it's down 10%, more than 10%. So the uptick rule is in effect. I kept my bid there for sugar. They just wouldn't fill me. I had my bid in at to short it at 592, held it there for about 20 seconds, and they just wouldn't fill me. And again, because the stock, when a stock is down 10 more than 10%, the uptick rule is in effect. That's too bad. It would have been a quick one. Well, look at this one, guys. CNXC. CNXC. Not a. It's actually an earnings play. I didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. CNXC. Probably the volume was too light. It's only 130,000 shares right now. What a move! $10 move from 70 to 80. Probably the spread is not great. Well, I mean, it's not as bad as I thought. 79.16, 79.99. That's not great, but I thought it might have even been a couple of dollars. Look at the market, guys. Yay, look at this market. Putting a giant green bar. So this CNXC, again, a lot of shares available, 1.31 million at Interactive Brokers to short. So I'm just looking at this $80 level. Look left on the weekly chart. You just look at that $80 level. That could stall it. So that is CNXC. This looks like it's almost halted. I don't think it's halted though. No, it's not halted. There's not no action. The spread is tightened 79.76, 79.99. Again, the spread, guys, if you're new, there's your bid, there's your ask. So the difference is the spread. So bid 79.77. Of course, it changes all the time. 79.80, 80.16, 80.01. So this is now trying to take out 80 CNXC. Wow. Now, interestingly, because this is a big rebound, because actually in the pre-market, this was down. Remember, this closed at around $74 yesterday and it got down to 69, and then market opened and zoomed up. Culper Research. Boy, there's so many of these guys now coming out. Culper, I think I've heard of them before, but they are short. They're short this GCT coming out with a scathing report. Now that has hit them hard. I guess the home sales data just came out, and it's not as bad as perhaps everybody thought. Lot of action. So here's the Orgo, guys. Now the Orgo, boy, that's an interesting one. I mean, look left again. 366 is the next high looking left. 368. It's got some room still on a percentage basis. That's the ORGO. Another one tanking here. ACIC. ACIC on wow, look at the room it's got. 588. ACIC. Again, showing up on the abnormal option activity plus on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. 699 was the alert here on the 10-day daily breakdown. And the same alert, 699 on the abnormal option activity scan. Again, anything in brown is a suggestion, an idea to go short. We haven't got anything. We only had the two, ACIC and NEP. I don't trade options, but this just shows me stocks that are having abnormal activity by looking at their option activity. Okay, guys, this is trying to be a reversal. This is not showing up on the daily reversal because it would have to take out the high yesterday. Probably not going to happen, but as a bounce play, VLD, big down day yesterday, and trying to have a bit of a reversal. The high looking left is 145, so there is a bit of room for VLD. Now, Korean, maybe what you're seeing is the fact that remember these the top lists now are sort of updated. It used to be that might be what you're seeing. Because they are updated now a little more. I don't know, actually know anymore what how long it takes, but it could be seconds. So that might be what you're seeing is that the stocks are jumping around without your input, if that's what you mean. Because I'm looking at my watch list. It's the top list, and you can't do anything about it. This is one that I shorted briefly yesterday. CWEN continuing down. I got out of it. I didn't make very much on it. Almost flat. But CWEN is moving down again. Yeah, ARM is at 50 level, 51, 50, 51 level was defended pretty well, actually. You know, remember the IPO price was 50, 51. And so it dipped down below that a couple of times, but defended pretty well. Of course, this was the big IPO from last week, or maybe actually it's more than a week ago now. The high looking left yesterday was 54.51 for, excuse me, 54.41. We can get through that, then the high 54.53, 54.50. So, you know, there might be a little bit of resistance in this area, but if it gets through that, well, guys, at AYTU coming now into that resistance area, maybe 284. Well, down goes Peloton, guys. PTON now is showing up on the scanner, the option scanner. Okay, Peloton showing up on the option scanner. The next low looking left is 451. So we only have three on the option scanner right now, all suggested shorts. PTON, ACIC, and wow, the NEP. So the markets, yeah, I mean, Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. Too bad that BNOX didn't have any shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Just a big, massive fade from the highs here. Boy, if you had shorts available, well, this group called Culper has just devastated GCT, guys. Culper Research. Don't know them at all. I think I recognize their name, but that's about the extent of it. We have so many of these groups now that write these reports, and they're very, very detailed. Doesn't mean they're always right, of course, but here's the NEP. Yeah, man, that's my big miss. Big, big, big miss. Happened right at 9:45. That's when I like to wait. Now, VNet showed up on the option scanner as a potential long. However, looking left, 324 is the next high. To me, that's just too close. And even 333. I mean, if there was a straight shot before we hit the next high up to 387, that'd be awesome, but there just isn't. AXLA. Okay, let's take a look at AXLA. This is still, whoa, no kidding. Not very much volume. Oh, right. I'm sorry, I was thinking the ADTX. What happened to the ADTX? This is still halted. So ADTX is still, wow, look at this, guys. This is insane. So ADTX is still halted. The last time I looked, the potential open was 19. Look at this, 23. I mean, it's still halted. It is obviously going to be a much longer halt. Right now, we're at 20 minutes. At 42 seconds past 10:10, that'll be a 20-minute halt for ADTX. This is going to be, that halt, that's going to be an insane open. Now, with that short float percent, I will agree. There could be some, and with that float, 1 million. I mean, I just don't like labeling things, whether we call it a short squeeze or whatever the heck. It doesn't really matter, does it? All we can see is that it's moving higher. But with that short float percent, 37%, there's the 200-day moving average at 1039. So, there's no real clue where this is going to open because there's the halt at 920. You can see the symbol name, but it is the AXLA. Okay, guys, this opened. Wow. So this opened and it popped up to $23. It has come back down a bit, but the ADTX did open. And, look at that float, 188,000. That's the reason. And this is a, pretty high short float percent also, 11%. Wainwright, a price target of $61. I mean, that's hilarious, 188,000 in the float. How many reverse splits have they done to get it down to that? But why not? Price target of 100. 60 or $61, which it could happen with that float. I'm not saying it's gonna happen today or ever, but, I mean, okay, guys, we obviously have to pay attention to Culper from now on. Look at this, devastation for GCT, this Culper research, basically calling them, I love what they said, because we believe in a playbook reminiscent of the early 2010s, the China hustle era. I mean, the company's business is a fraction of what it has claimed. You'd have to look at the report, but somebody might say, well, I guess if GCT was so had any resolve about their business that they would go ahead and try to sue them. But hey, this is just being killed on that report, GCT. Now, is this the expo that I was thinking of? Exponential? No. So this got halted on the way down now, guys. But halted on the way down. But we still have 1897 ADTX halted on the way down. But we still have a projection of 2050 on the open. So now all they're doing is looking at this day back here when it did hit 68. Okay, that's all they're looking at. Boy, lots happening, guys. There's that NEP continuing down. No, SPH has showed up 1010. Actually showed up at 1010 1625 was the alert. Now, looking left, I see a lot of potential resistance on the weekly chart. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying that's going to be the resistance, but looks like there, to me anyway, looks like there's a lot of resistance around that 660 mark, 1660 mark. Ooh, so that came way down on that halt, AXLA, way down. Now, I'm going to stick an alert up in this area to see whether or not it can take that out later on. See that 905 area? Yeah, the SL, if you can handle the whip, it's all a matter of where you're going to put a stop. If you take this SLNO, where are you going to put a stop? Because this is insanely whippy. Look at this. It was up at $25 down to $22, $23. Okay, guys, AXLA did pop back up. Didn't get it. Couldn't get it where I wanted it. AXLA looks like it's halted again. Looks like it's going to get halted again. Just got halted again. Darn it! I couldn't get it where I wanted it. Just got halted again, guys. This is the only time I try to play halts and resumes. Okay, so you saw we had a halt at what was it 920, and it moved down. And I sometimes I'll take it if it breaks over that first halt price. I had an alert set at 9, and I was trying to get it, but I just couldn't get it. It kept inching, and I didn't want to chase it. Meanwhile, we have the battle of the A's, ADTX and AXLA. Who's going to be higher today? I mean, it looks like ADTX, obviously, but you never know. This could really collapse. Now that spread is insane. Look at that, 20, 21.48. So that's very, very difficult to try to trade that one right now. Ugh, halted on the way down. Remember, you talk about tough trader. Look at this, up to 458, right back down to 277. Excuse me. And it's not even a crazy low float, 14 million in the float. I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. You know what? I just tried to short this BEP and I got that message because I'm in Canada. It's some kind of a US tax withholding situation, so I can't do it. The only other one I remember that happening to me was the IEP. So looks like there's a commonality, BEP and IEP. That's IEP, of course, is icon stock, and I tried to short that a long time ago, weeks ago, when it was just cratering. Couldn't do it. And BEP is giving me the same message. Now that's I'm not talking you in the States, of course you can do it, I'm sure without any issue, but oh, I'm not gonna use a VPN to try to do something like that, Jason. It's a tax situation. No, I don't care. I mean, listen, it happens so infrequently. I wouldn't try to use a VPN just to. Yep, yep, or yep, nep. Man, just an amazing move down for nep NEP. I don't even know if that would make any difference using a VPN, Jason, in something like that. Anyway, I'm certainly not going to mess around. I mean, it's a tax situation. It happens so infrequently. Hey guys, NEP hanging around that 32 mark now. I have the 200-day moving average at 1031 for AXLA. May not matter. May not matter. I mean, this is just trading on its own now. If it can get through that 1328, wow! If it can get through that 1328 is the next high. Looking left, guys, for AXLA. And it just got halted, guys. It just got halted. And this could be a great open here. 1065. We'll have to see. Through that 200-day moving average. That would be key. And then the next high is looking left at 1328 or so. So let's see if this opens in 5 minutes. 10:23:30, 10:28:30 would be the 5-minute halt if it opens in 5 minutes. Again, 1 million in the float, 37% short float percent. Western Union, WU. This is having a nice day, not an earnings play. October 25th, so end of October, basically. Next high looking left for Western Union. 1375 on the weekly chart, guys. So this has got some room. It's a big float, but it is for whatever reason it is moving well today. Oh, another halt or is this a IPO? No, sorry, not an IPO. So here's another one. My goodness, this is halted. FWL halted, or I guess it resumed. Sorry, I didn't realize it was halted before. So this resumed, got halted at 1412, a little bit above. Probably a crazy low float. Not very much volume at all. 83,000 shares. The next high looking left is 1758. Ooh, some crazy action, but not very much. Not very many shares. The spread is not terrible though. Amazing. That number of shares, not terrible. I don't know what the float is. We don't have float info. Well, wait a minute. Maybe we do. So 7.2 million in the float for that one for SFWL. Guys, I have supreme concentration on for me for AXLA. So you're either going to hear a big groan or a big whoop. 10:28 plus 30 seconds. So another minute or so if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. So all the fuss about GME, I did not short it. I was really looking at shorting it, but okay, SF. Oh my gosh, look at that. SFWL just resumed. Easy come, easy go. Up to 1553, drops $1. All right, guys. 15 seconds. If this is going to be a 30-second or a 5-minute halt for AXLA. And it is open. Yes, it is open. Okay. Got some out, guys. Obviously, probably knew I had it. Oh, wow, there it goes. First, I finally got one in before the halt on the AXA, on that one, AXLA. Okay, totally out of it now. Totally out of it now. Okay. Okay, I can rest easy. I mean, it may still rip, but you just never know. So, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to leave a lot on the table, but that's okay. The next high is 13. You just got halted again? No, 1339 is the next high. Whew. Okay, guys, any questions? 10:30. So market is starting to drift down again. It's doing it again. I almost took a short in this NEP, which kind of could have been a bit of a chase. But look at NEE. This seems to be the one to concentrate on instead of the NEP because it continues to move down, whereas NEP, right? Yeah. See, it had a little bit of a pop, little bit of a pop. VSME, okay, VSME, I did not have that as a price alert. I'm remiss. 2 million shares, so $5. Okay, so another low price one. So at least it's over the IPO price. 2 million shares, VSME. Should look, where is it out of? Anybody know? I can look, of course, but anybody know where this is out of? Country-wise, where VSME is? Can't tell right now. Hong Kong. All right, guys. That's what we want to see. Low priced China stock, IPO. Meanwhile, there's some big tankage now in the market. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. So hopefully, if you took that AXLA, guys, you're out. Most, if not all. Now it's been halted on the way down. Okay, so my goal on this one, what I'd love to see happen, I keep trying to put a price alert here, but it keeps popping up into that area. My goal on this one would be if it could just remain here for a while, even into the afternoon, and then pops through the high. But it might happen already. So, but we may make a new high. I'm not going to take it yet. Meanwhile, Acadia, oh, tremendous short, another tremendous short. I'm not in it. So you just maybe put a price alert around 7, just see if it gets even up to 7. This is an insanely active day for me, guys. I mean, there's just so much happening. Halts resumes. As far as that goes, Caruso, sometimes when you say it's not, in other words, you're not getting the alert. Sometimes that happens to me too. Sometimes, if a stock resumes and then it jumps and it fits the criteria for a halt almost immediately, sometimes we don't get that halt. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Happens to me also. And it can depend on the server you're on. I wouldn't worry about it because I mean we all know if you're in the room, we all know when it's getting halted or when it's halted, and we all have an idea then when it's going to open. So, and I have no explanation why it happens other than if something gets halted, then it resumes, and then it meets the criteria for another halt, but that happens within 30 seconds. Sometimes we don't see the halt again. I mean, I can give you mine. That may help. Okay, here's a new one showing up on the option scanner on the way down. FLS. Let's see what this one is doing. I remember this one from yesterday. Just had a decent day yesterday, but pulling back today. Now, the problem I've got with this one is that it looks like there could be some support around 39 or 38.87. If it breaks down through that, 38.48, you see, for me, there's just not enough room for it to move before I see the next low. So consequently, it prevents me. Well, I mean, when I say prevents me, I'm just not going to take the trade. Part of my trading plan, it's one of those things. I look left. If I don't see enough room for something to keep moving in the direction I want it to, I won't take the trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to just blow through this, but I just don't do it. Wow. That's what I was talking about. So yeah, this bar is still red, but it had a pretty sizable pop from the low, 31.53, all the way up to almost like a dollar pop before it's resuming its way down. And that is the NEP. And look at GME now, guys. I think it's actually gone negative. You can only go to the well so many times with this Ryan Cohen. I mean, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, he's become the CEO of GME, and a little excitement at the beginning, but I think people are getting wise to this act. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. Okay, so let's see if this VSME. I've got an alert. I'll set it at the high of the day, which is what? I mean, it may not do anything, guys. I mean, but we've seen this many times before with these very low price China stocks. Trying to find the high here. Well, I'll put it at 650. Boy, oh boy, what a terrible 2 days now for this NEP. Imagine being a shareholder. You're sitting up here around 50, just kind of cruising around, not doing too much. Drops $20 in 2 days, less than 2 days. Well, HAYW is actually starting to drop. They got added to the S&P, I want to say mid cap 600 yesterday. It's not helping it at all now. Had a pop on that news yesterday, but market doesn't care now. HAYW. All right, guys, 10:42. Wait a moment, guys. Okay, I just typed in my homepage link or pasted my homepage link. So this is what you're going to find. So of course, you're going to have access to all the scans that I am sharing. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off. And if you do want to take out an annual, this is the first 15% off the first month. Okay. After that, you'll pay the normal monthly rate. But if you do want to take on an annual, I can give you a better rate of 25% off. You just have to let me know. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Covers your download and install, your first startup and login, all the way down to important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. It will take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, we've got a series of videos you can watch. Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So I would really recommend you take a look at that if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week was no real trade. Steve Gomez, by the way, who comes up with the trades of the week, will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. But he suggested just staying in cash. Could not find a single, like one stock that he thought he could recommend as a trade of the week. This is our, oh, sorry, let me go back. If you click on the education section, this is you'll get down to our user guide. Click on the user guide. Lots of great information here. You don't have to learn everything, of course, about trade ideas, but there's that getting started. I would absolutely look at the alert window, top list window. You might want to take a look at stock racing and then price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Okay. There's the Getting Started series again. So as I said, Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break Monday to Friday between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday, so it is Steve's turn. I will confirm that. Sometimes he and Andy switch, but I will confirm that. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link into the main room. Now, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, it's in the middle section, the scan section. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Wow, AXLA is still a lot up and on the way up now. So pre-market act is up and down. This kind of this allows me to see the stocks that are obviously moving up and down in the pre-market and see whether or not those stocks have any follow through once the market opens. This is the halts resumes that is super active today over here. Just a minute. And and there is the momentum scan right here, Momo. There's a momentum scan right here. And then here is my abnormal option activity is right here. Okay. I am sharing other scans on my other monitors. I'm not trying to hide them. It's just that I don't want to overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of scans. But there's my 10-day daily breakout. Okay. Breakout and breakdown. So all I ask is this: if you do eventually take out a subscription, just you can either come into the trading room and or save my link. First of all, if you save my link, then you have access to my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time, the big education section. But all I ask is that you use my promo code to take out a subscription. The reason being is that this room is free. We want to keep it that way. And the more subscriptions taken using my promo code, then the company knows that the room is paying for itself. There is obviously a cost to run a free room. So that's all I ask. Take out a subscription at some point in time. Just use my code. So My scan. So any scan, now we have a lot of other scans we have here too. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels and they all have scans in them also. All right. But if I look at my scan, so if you took this Momo scan, you thought, well, I'd like to see what it looks like. Maybe it's something I want to have on my in my layout. Well, in order to see what it's doing, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. Now, there are a lot of screening programs out there, but we are a real-time alert master. Okay, really. So this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, here is where the momentum comes in. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. Wow. The XLA just opened. Very, very. Now it's a challenge. Anyway, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why AXLA and now right now VCNX at 1049 just made a new high at 137. Okay, there's AXLA, making new highs. Okay, so if you're looking for a momentum scanner, I think this is a pretty darn good one. Now, if you want to make a change, of course you can. Maybe you don't like my price range. So if you left click on the icon, oops. So I'm sorry. So you left click on the icon, and if you left click on the icon, sorry, and you bring up here are all the values that I'm using in this scanner. So you can make a change. Say you want it to be between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100. I've changed it to 10. Click on the summary. You see how it's changed to 10 and 100. By the way, I'm not trying, this is just a brief overview of trade ideas, of course. You've got to look at the guide, in order to, to just familiarize yourself with what's happening, with, how to either A, create your own alert windows or make changes like I'm doing, saving things to the cloud and all that. I'm just giving you an overview of what the capabilities of the program is. So now, if I click on, I didn't want to do that. First time, shoot. Anyway, let me get it back to one. Not a big deal, but now I've lost all my previous alerts. Okay, that's all. So again, you can keep it the way it is as I've constructed it, or you can make some changes. Once you get used to using trade ideas, you might even see a filter you want to add, or take one of these out. It's up to you. Okay. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scan from scratch, you can. I right-click Configure. This time, instead of clicking on Summary, I'll click on Search. So when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons. You can see new high and new low right at the very top of the day, at the top of the list. We have a lot of real-time alerts, okay? And if you scroll down, these are our filters, our screeners. Now, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Common question we get. How can I possibly learn your program? There are so many alerts and filters I have to learn. You don't have to learn them all. I use just a handful of them. You might want to scroll through and you might see something, that looks interesting, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at this VCNX up here. Another one that, wow, this has got some room, 203. This has got a ton of room. VCNX, probably a low float. Yeah, just really well, or sometimes this single stock window gets jumbled. All right, guys, I have to go to another site. So it looks like there are about 2.3 million in the float for VCNX. Okay, so this is another low float situation, VCNX. Not a lot of volume yet. 171,000. That's 30 times normal, though. It is 30 times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume yet. So if that doesn't meet your trading style, don't take the trade. It's that simple. But the volume is coming in. You can see why it's showing up in the momentum scan. Wow, there's AXLA. I'm glad. I mean, listen, I don't have any more of this left. But, I could never have held it. I mean, I would have been gagging when it went back down to 921. My crystal ball is not good enough to know that it would have popped right back up to the $12 level. When did they do their reverse split, AXLA? I'm just trying to see if this is if I can see if our news has that reverse split when they did it. Oh, I thought that said RIP, rest in peace. RHP, guys. Well, I can't quickly find it, but anyway, they did a reverse split not that long ago, I don't think, anyway. Oh, thank you, Chris. So about a little over a month ago. I'm sorry, 9/19. We're in September. So on September 19th, they did their reverse split, and we've seen this before. These crazy ones that do these reverse splits in the old days. Old days meaning probably, I don't know, 5 years ago. Company that did a reverse split would never, ever, ever do something like this. But we see it a lot now. Look at GME now gone completely negative. GME gone completely negative. Okay, this got halted on the way up. Okay, the VSME, this new issue today. This is an IPO out of China. 2 million shares issued. $5 was the IPO price. So it's above the IPO price, obviously. I still have actually, I think I have to eyeball this a little bit better. Yeah, no, 650. So 650 is the high of the day. And I'm waiting to see if it can take that high out. Ah, guys, it's Milken, Miller Knoll. So this was an earnings play yesterday, but it is now below yesterday. It's now below yesterday's low. Okay, so this is a reversal. This is turning into a daily reversal on my daily reversal scan. And of course, it's got a ton of room down to the low. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but this is not having a nice follow through day after earnings yesterday. Ooh, shoot. I got a fill in Peloton. I've been in a Peloton short. I forgot I was in this one. It's not doing anything for me. Minute 472. I took it, from the option scanner. I actually forgot I was in it. Not doing anything though, 472. So I don't, I remember thinking it's not going to do much because I think that the next low looking left was about 460 something. So no, 451. So it had enough room for a 1 for 2 risk reward, but I didn't really anticipate too much happening on it, but oh boy, guys, what an active day. This is like very active today. Complete difference from yesterday for me anyway. So much is happening. So my focus right now, later on, is definitely going to be on that VSME. Okay, risky, but you never know what could happen if it can take out that high. I hope it doesn't happen right now, but it looks like it's going to. It just opened. In fact, there we go. It just opened. Yeah. So I just was kind of hoping it wouldn't happen right now. And it's kind of later on in the day. It's right at that high now, 647, 650 on the bid ask. The only thing I can say is there's not an insane exuberance about this right now. Okay, guys. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down. So I'm glad I held off because I'm wanting this, I would want this to happen later on in the day. Things settle down a little bit, but no, I thought it was going to get halted. It almost looked like it was going to get halted on the way down, the VSME. Oh my goodness, look at the VCNX. I know I talked about it because it had a lot of room. I unfortunately did not get into this one, but the VCNX, um, and this is actually, you know what? This is now above yesterday's high. This is turning into a daily reversal, but it's already reversed a lot. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, VCNX. What a move! Wow, now what a move down now. Now you know what? You know what's starting to give it up, guys, is the ROIV. ROIV is starting to give it up. This is, of course, tied in with the IMVT, and this is now a reversal, a daily reversal. Yeah, this Amicus got halted a long time ago, didn't it? So Fold got halted a long time ago. So now, when it's a news halt like this, yeah, usually you don't get the same. I mean, there's the halt at 1286. It says 1262.13. You don't get the same look as when it's a volatility halt on the bid ask. But if it opens in 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 15 seconds from now, if it's going to open at 11:10, should be interesting. This is not a low float, 276 million in the float. Look at the volume. Excuse me. If that's right, 239 shares. So I got halted right off the bat. And that is for the fold. So let's see another minute or so if it opens at 11:10. Market is popping here, guys. Whoopee. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just sort of doing some internal stuff. So fold. What did it do? Did it do an amazing jump? No. So big FDA approval of their jug, met with a dull thud. Volume. I mean, what did I say? It was about 100 shares or something. Now, of course, 490. Of course, that was halted in the pre-market, I guess. Okay, that's why it was halted in the pre-market. Okay, guys, I took a loss on the Peloton. Okay, I got out of the Peloton, PTON. Oh, I'm just looking now at AXLA, all over the place now. Okay, guys, Expo. Let's take a look at Expo. What is it doing? No, this is I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this one. Meanwhile, NEP just continues to crater here. Expo's got a little bit of room too. XPO has got a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 75.31 or at 76 right now. So it's got a little bit of room to keep moving. Just trying to see if there's any sort of news on this one. I cannot see it. Maybe it's been an upgrade. I just can't see any news on Expo. Oh, appreciate that, Rob or Caruso, Roby. It's been a fun day, that's for sure. Lots happening. Look at that NEP. I mean, it big miss by me. 9:38. Well, actually, in the option scanner, so it was a little bit later than that. But look at this move, 33.72. I mean, there's a 10% move for NEP, over a 10% move down on that alert, and it waited to 9:45 like I often do. 33.53. Now, let me explain this option scanner, okay? Because and guys, if you have a question, please ask it here. It's way easier for me to answer the questions here so I can demonstrate. You have no idea how many emails I get, and it's after the fact, and it's so hard to explain, during a sort of emails going back and forth. So it's way easier for me to explain things. So don't be shy. If you're new to the room, ask questions. Don't worry that you think you're interrupting me. You're not interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll let you know. Anyway, here is the option, abnormal option activity. So I do not trade options. What I'm doing here is it's just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Coupled with the relative volume filter that we've got. So like the very high relative volume, 18.91. What does that mean? Not exactly, but over the last 10 days, up to 11:16 Eastern time, the volume is 18 times that, whatever. If you took the average over the last 10 days up to this time of day, right now that volume is about 19 times that number. So 19 times normal. So I also use the abnormal option activity to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So look at NEP. We have option volume today of 17,488 right now, number of contracts. I don't care about the ratio, put call ratio. Okay. That is a total number, puts and calls. That is 15 times normal. So the volume itself, the volume is 19 times normal, and the option volume is 15.95, and that's going to go up, of course, because there will be more and more contracts sold today. So that 15.95% represents a ratio of 15.95. Okay, so that is what I use this for. So when I see a stock in both, in the 10-day daily breakout, that's those are the ones I should really be concentrating on. It's just a big miss by me. So if I see something in the 10-day daily breakout or down, and it's in the option scanner, and it's more than likely in the Momo scanner, those are the ones I've really got to pay attention to. Okay. So I don't trade options now. In this scanner, it has to be a minimum of 1.5 times normal. That's the minimum. So 100, that would be 150%. So if I click on, like, let's click on CWEN as an example. You know, not many contracts today, a little over 1,000 contracts, but that's 9.5 times normal. Yeah, so I'm following Shady and Chat and Captain's comments about writing scans and all. So I think really what you're talking about is writing a scan and back testing to see if it's a good strategy. Maybe you're not because I don't really care if I back tested this. If I went through our back tester and I said, okay, what would happen if I took every trade that came in here over the last 90 days? What would happen? It would probably look horrible. I don't care though. I just want to see the alerts. Okay. Now I try to put filters in place that so I'm not going to get inundated with alerts. So you might say, well, aren't you inundated right now on this one? Not really. For instance, if I look at the abnormal option activity, these are the only ones that came through. Okay. This is the repeating version of this scan. So what this scan does, and that's why it's called don't repeat, is it tells me the first time I had the alert. And so I can kind of go back and click on it. It tells me the time it had it, and of course the price. This is just sort of I call it the nagging version. Hey, don't forget about me, over and over and over again. So it's not like I'm overwhelmed with the number of alerts here. This is it for the day. If I looked at the momentum scanner, it's possible I'd have a few more, but not really. I mean, again, this is the repeating version. Okay. Look at this scan. Hardly, this is actually more active than it normally is. Okay. The 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout, but only 4 on the breakout. And was that about 8 or 9 on the breakdown? That's it. But if I back tested these, it probably wouldn't look very good. I don't care. I want to get the alert, and then I click on it, and I check this. I check to see do I like it based on the chart? What's the market doing? So I want the alerts, but I would never back test this. I mean, if I back tested this, I'm sure it would be terrible. I agree. I don't wanna say it's absolutely worthless, but because there are people who have back tested and, they as long as they realize that as you said, what back tests well today may not, and then if you're thinking, "Well, great, I've got the key to break the market." The next couple of days it might work not badly, but then all of a sudden you might be getting alerts and taking the trades and thinking, "Wait a minute, why aren't these working?" The problem is that you've got to constantly tweak whatever you've back tested, tweaking maybe you've got to change a price range, maybe a minimum volume, maybe you got to keep looking at it. And that's why I don't do it. I think it's I just don't have the time. But there are people out there that do it, and they're happy doing it. But I don't. Yeah, I don't back test. So David from our YouTube room, GNSS. Yeah, I mean it's trying to recover, I guess. I mean the next high looking left is 277. Relative volume is great, 120 times. But it's a financing, right? So it's priced it at $2. So the financing is at $2. So it's right at the financing price. So maybe going forward, tomorrow. Well, look what happened to this one, INMD. I don't know if it showed up on any one of your scans, William, if you're still here. Um, Man, 31.61. So pop back up a dollar. INMD. The Matrix, MTRX is doing something. Almost a 2-year high. Almost a 2-year high. Been on a nice weekly run. Almost, not quite a double in about 5 weeks for MTRX. Okay, so this one did a reverse split today, I guess. SYBX, or did it do it today? We've also had some news. They announced publication, phase two study. Is this a reverse split today? Well, I'm going to have to do some translation here. I'm not sure what language this is. It looks like it's either German or Dutch or something. But a 1 for 15, 1 voor 15 reverse split. So I guess it's effective today. A 1 for 15 reverse split for the SYBX. So they're doing something kind of interesting. Yeah, they're doing something kind of interesting. So when we see reverse splits, what I like to do is maybe try to follow them for a few days afterwards, maybe even a couple of weeks afterwards, to see if they come out with any sort of news, because that can help, juice the stock a bit. It appears that they've come up with news today, and I'm assuming the reverse split is today, was effective today, and this is SYBX. But they've come up with a little bit of news, publication of this information. So here's your halt, 487, potential open at 5. So if this is I'm pretty sure this is the reverse split today. What did I say? 24. So that the actual number of shares in the float now will be approximately 1.8 million now. Okay. This float information does not get updated twice a month. So we'll just call it the 15th and 30th. So this has not been updated yet for that. And that's nothing to do with us or our provider. That's just sort of industry wide, which is nonsensical. But anyway, it is what it is. So that float really is about 1.8 million now for SYBX. Iron on the way down here. FE. Let's take a look at FE and see what sort of room it has. Well, it's a 2-year low now. It's a 2-year low. FE is a 2-year low. What an ugly looking weekly chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Let me take a look at a monthly chart to see where it could go until it hits any sort of support. Looks like the next low on the monthly is about 34, so it's not that far away, unfortunately. That's on the monthly chart. That's back in April of 2021. Doesn't mean it's going to hold it, of course, but it just prevents me from taking this short. Gut guys getting a gut kick here. Look at this GUT, Belly Utility Trust, just getting hammered here. I didn't see this one in the pre-market at all. Didn't really trade at all. Had a bad day yesterday. I don't want to chase it now, but boy, oh boy, what a. I don't know if there's any news on this one. It- So this one's got a little bit of room, guys. This is a China stock, MLGO, got a little bit of room. The relative volume is not great. It's barely one. All right, you're into real cheap ones here. TRVN is moving higher. TRVN. When I opened the momentum scan, it did not open in an alert window. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure I understand what you mean. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Michael O'Connor. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. When you open the momentum scan, what time did you open it? So because nothing will happen in this scan until the market opens at 9:30. Okay. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. It did not open in an alert window because it is an alert. I mean, if you're taking it from my website or my homepage, but let me make sure that nothing has happened here. So if I go to my scans and then I click on momentum, oops, click on momentum scan. There it is. Control C, I copy it, file, load from cloud. There it is, load it, and here it is. So So I'm not sure I know what you mean. If you took it from my homepage, this is the scan. So it loads as an alert window. Now, are you saying it didn't say A? Is that what you're saying? Because I notice that every now and then. I have no explanation for that. If you're saying that you don't see an A, I'm just trying to figure out what you meant by that question, Michael. Okay, I'll just wait for your answer. OP. OP. Boy, this has got some room on a weekly chart anyway. OP's got a lot of room on a weekly chart. 368. My goodness. It hit a high of 225 or so in the pre-market. This is out of another Greek. So another tanker. I'm just going to call them a tanker. I mean, there may be a slightly different sector, but deep sea freight transportation out of Greece, OP. So Michael O'Connor in our YouTube room, did that help at all? It might be just because you don't see an A, but yeah, I don't. I do see that every now and then. That for some reason the A is missing, but it is an alert window. It is an alert window. Oof. Okay, guys, I'm going to just check to see if it is Steve in our YouTube room today. Sometimes he and Andy switch, so I just want to confirm that. I'm just copying him now. And so in about 25 minutes, I will be taking my break. Okay, it is Steve. Okay, so I just confirmed it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes. Okay, guys, this one's got a little bit of room. This AR, it's through the 200-day moving average, 2540, so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average, and the next high is almost 26, so it's got a little bit of room, 40 odd cents to the next high. That's AR over the over the VWAP 2520. So all right, what did this one do when it opened? SYBX. This was a longer halt, but a look at Micron, guys. Micron looks like it has gone positive. MU has gone not quite. Sorry, nope. It's just moving higher. So the pre-market high looks like it's at that pre-market high. Micron is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday, and been try to have a little bit of a bounce in the pre-market. Market open though, and it's traded down. Trying to recover though. MU probably with the market. Yeah, you're definitely concentrating on that one, Luca. Trying to short that IMVT. Now this one, okay, interesting. I had an alert set for KVYO. This is one of those IPOs that came out, I think, the day after ARM. Yeah, the ARM IPO got up to what 39.56, all the way back down to 31. I think the IPO was at 30. I believe it was 30. So this is having a decent day now. It's a low float, 17 million in the float. So I can see that ARM, Shady was talking about ARM earlier in the day, and I see ARM is, doing not badly. And choppy, I mean, for me, it's just too choppy because of the bottoming tails and topping tails, but the trend is up for sure. And the other one, of course, was CART. So maybe all three of them are having a bit of a resurgence with the market. Yeah, so CART is still underneath the IPO price, 30. But KVYO, though, is not. So, I mean, it has taken out all the highs except, of course, for the IPO day high of 39.46. An arm and a leg. I'm interested in this one, guys. I am interested. I'm just watching, seeing how well it holds that 37 level. Talking about the KVYO, the bid ask 37.02, 37.15. I'd love to see maybe get that bid up to the 37.20, like leave 37 behind. Now the only issue is that I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so don't think I want to enter into any new trade right now. But you can see right now, see the bid ask is 37.09, 37.20. I'd like to see get that bid up to about 37.20 to leave that 37 behind a bit more, because of course the next high is certainly far enough away, the all-time high. Only 6 days of data, of course, but 7 days, sorry. Okay, Michael. Yeah. So don't worry about it. I don't know why it doesn't say an A. Every now and then it happens to me too, but it is an alert window. Okay. Maybe you didn't hear my don't worry. So I'm just going to say don't worry about it. Maybe you can't hear me. Sometimes if you do a like maybe an account refresh, or I don't know why that I don't know if you can hear me though, because I gave a pretty detailed explanation earlier. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room who may or may not be able to. Oh, you did hear me. Okay. Well, guys, we haven't seen a day like this for a while. We have one more day in September. Get rid of this miserable month. Maybe we'll end it on a nice positive note. Of course, tomorrow's another day. I do see Riot and I see Mara on the move. So, Liam, what you're posting about Bitcoin, which is on the move, I do see Mara and Riot on the move. Micron continues, guys. I just mentioned Micron a little bit earlier. Micron continues, took out now the pre-market high, I believe 67.72. So, sorry, 66.72. So it's above the pre-market high now, Micron, MU. That's quite a comeback. Look at that big bottoming tail on the daily chart now for Micron. We're down to 63.77. So it's from the low, the absolute low, it's up $3. Is it really? Did I have it checked? I never checked that. But there you go. Thank you, Pepe. So Michael, what he is saying is that if you go to properties, small borders, but it's checked here. Okay, it is checked here, and yet I'm getting the A. I never really thought about. I've seen this happen in the past, though, Pepe, where I've loaded something and I don't get the A, and then I load it again and I do. But try that. Maybe if you uncheck that small borders. But as you can see right here, I do have it checked, and yet the A is showing. Hey guys, KVYO. I mean, it's looking good. I'm not sure. I mean, I think the housing numbers didn't come in as bad as they thought, perhaps. That was at what, 10:30? That might be the reason. I have no idea, though. I don't know if your government shutdown is going to happen or not going to happen. The question in our YouTube room is the market moving on news that I am missing? Some on the move. Some SUM is on the move, guys. SUM is on the move. Another one now coming into the 200-day moving average right up here, 32.08. That might stall it. Okay, that could stall it. Lots of shares available to short, 8 million. Yeah, KBYO gave it up. Well, I'm not in it. I said I don't want to take a trade right now because I'm going to be taking my break in about 12 minutes, but that got too crazy. It popped up to 37.30. I thought that might be really on the move, but could still be. I mean, I'm looking at, but I was hoping that it would hold over 37 for sure. Well, I think DBRG is probably moving with the market. This is the one that has the upgrade by JP Morgan. There's the pre-market high, or there's, well, pre-market high and the market high is 1750. It really didn't do much though, but JP Morgan does have the upgrade for that with a target of $25. So, still a long ways to go to get to that target. Nobody is saying it's going to hit 25, but many times though, you'll see something like that, and at least the stock will, be positive. It's positive. I get it that it's positive, but a little more action. So hands up, guys. If you read that news about Fold and had, say you'd gotten into this stock before yesterday, before it got halted, okay? And then it gets halted in the pre-market, and then news comes out that the FDA has approved their drug. Hands up, that would have been so, so, so happy. Don't lie. Because look at this. I mean, that's why you can never, ever, even if you had the news ahead of time, you just don't know what the market's going to do. Now, there are a bunch of reasons, if I want to look at reasons, maybe this drug that has been approved, maybe the limited market, maybe it's going to take a bunch of money to get it to market, a whole bunch of reasons perhaps. I don't know enough about it. Yeah, I don't know about selling the news though, and I mean, something like this. It's not like this was ripping up to, $100 and then, this wasn't like a massive rip or anything. So I have no idea. I mean, it's approved. It's a therapy to treat a muscle disorder called Pompe disease. Comes after a long delay in bringing the therapy to market. So I mean, it's possible. There you go. It's a rare genetic condition. So, who knows what this market is dollar wise for it. Well, guys, Micron just having a great recovery. Nothing would surprise me. This could even go positive. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Because, look at the initial reaction. Now, that might have been a brief blip. It got up to 70. I don't know if you were watching this, William. I think you said you were going to keep the room open for at least for the Micron earnings release right after 4. So you can see, I don't know if this, was just so brief, but it did get up to 70. On that same candle, it was down to 66. I think you might have something there, Luca. I know you've been shorting this IMVT in our YouTube room. This might be, I don't know, was there an actual price? But look at how much money they raised for. So there you go, 38.50. No, sorry, I don't forget what I said. Okay, so there is your IPO price, 38. Okay, so okay, Luca, in case you don't know that, there's the IPO price for IMVT. IPO price. Financing price for IMVT is 38. So it's getting closer. It's at 38.83. Look at the money they raised, $450 million on a phase 1 study. It's insane. William, help me. Am I reading something wrong on this IMVT? Wasn't that just phase 1? Well, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to solve at 38, but you should know that's the number, Luca. Okay, I mean, you're probably going to see some action around. If it gets down to 38, you probably see some action right around there because that is the financing price. You will, in theory, on something like this, has been able to raise so much money that could be a bit of a base today. In theory, don't quote me on it, but all right, guys. Steve is going to show up pretty soon now. Usually a little bit early, so let me get my announcement in. What a morning it's been. On a break, back around a little before 1. Steve has to always head out before 1, but I'll just put 1 p.m. ET, of course. I'll put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Steve for his 1 hour. And it's a good idea. Steve is way more of a swing trader than I am. I don't know, but he said he was in cash. I don't know what he's doing now, but he and I are very different styles of trading. He can't pay attention to the market like I can long. So that's one reason. Okay, so I'm just going to wait for Steve to show up. And speak of the, I don't want to say devil, but hi, Steve.
What were you speaking of?
Well, speaking of the pop that I hear when somebody enters the room. So the pop, there you are.
There I am.
What a morning. Wow. Exciting morning for me anyway. I know it's probably not for you because you can't pay attention to the market like I can, but what a morning.
Well, I'm actually doing okay. I grabbed a few things this morning. Been waiting for my pitch for. Yeah, I'll talk to them about that. The swing trading stuff I've been doing. I mean, basically, it was in cash, as you saw me just grunting. I'm in cash. I'm in cash. But felt like it was time to niddle on a few things. So yeah, I can talk about that.
Okay.
Share my screen. There we go. So Thursday, yeah, is it vacuuming day?
Vacuuming day, yes. No, I don't have to water anymore. We've had a lot of rain over the last week, so that's one of my chores has been taken care of by Mother Nature.
Isn't that nice? We had a ton of rain in San Diego, and it's just all the consequences of it. I mean, just tons of insects and butterflies and extra.
Well, butterflies are okay.
Butterflies were great. I mean, there were more monarch butterflies passing through this year than ever. The milkweed plant is what they root on, and but I mean, flies and insects and mosquitoes. It's been a crazy one in San Diego.
How is it out golfing? Are the courses inundated with mosquitoes?
They're in incredible shape. I mean, we had not only did we have a gangbuster spring rains, then we had like that hurricane hit us. And then we've had just like these residual days of monsoonal moisture where for just no reason it just starts raining. So it's like it's been like the South of America. And so when we played the other day at the crossings, I redeemed myself a little bit, 40 and then 46, but it's a canyon course. Those canyons we have in San Diego. You can carve some golf courses in them, and it's real easy to jack one out of bounds. But we were all commenting on how just absolutely perfect the greens were. They were a little sticky. They weren't rolly, but boy, they were sure like just carpet. So yeah.
Well, my last question to you, how's your calf?
It is getting better. Thank you. It took about a good full week to recover. I
Mhm.
spent the whole weekend like icing it and not doing anything. Kind of followed an internet protocol, but yeah, I definitely tore some muscle down there because it felt like I got shot in the leg.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, it's awful, I know.
so I'm just starting to restretch it and get back, but I'm not limping anymore. But I was limping for a week.
Okay.
Didn't help my
All
golf
right,
game.
everybody, back to your regularly scheduled program. Steve will take
Sounds good.
over and talk stock. Okay, Steve,
That's
I'll
right.
try to relieve you at about 5:02, if that's okay. I'm trying to do a few other things, if that's okay.
Sure. Yep. See
Okay.
you then.
Okay,
All
bye-bye.
right. All right. I guess I'm not used to using that one. Let me just grab let me segment that one. There we go. I'm just grabbing YouTube page here so I can see you guys' questions in a more familiar format for me. All right. So, did I miss anything? Michael O'Connor, if your data is delayed or slowed, I don't know if Barry helped you on that. One thing I will look at, you see up here, let me grab my tool that I pay money for. All right. What was my point? Yeah. So right here, Brian, these if you're on the download version like this is your ping rate. 93 is really good. Anything under 100. If you're seeing something in the 600-700 or 1,000, something that's really bad, we don't like that. And so what you can do is you can grab the account menu, and then I click it a couple times just to really ping it, bounce from a different server to a different server, and see if you can get a better connection. That's always the first go-to if you feel like the data is slow. And the only reason your data would be delayed is if you're on a free free account on our new website. Hello, Shah. Hello, Brian. Yeah, so you're familiar, LA. Same thing. We all got pounded this year, so the insects are just off of the charts. But boy, my yard, and I took advantage of it. Throwing down some fertilizer every time it rained, some nitrogen, some new seed. My backyard has never looked so good. So it's kind of similar with the golf courses. It was a really nice change for Southern California, as Brian can attest. What's up, Patrick? Yeah, all cash, but adding some more buffaloes today. Yeah, I'm getting like time where it might be time to order some more coins as well. Let's talk about a couple things. So, especially Patrick related silver. He and I are always talking silver. I've been watching the dollar. I've been watching. Wait, you can see my charts are kind of slow too. Michael, not really happy about that. But the dollar has been trending so high using the UUP for so long, and it kind of really got ahead of itself yesterday. And so right here, when we broke yesterday, you see that signal candle. Well, I used that signal candle that I talk often about for taking profits or for going short. Well, in this case, I'm not going to go short UUP, but I felt like that might have been a break in this crazy move we've had. So I went to AG, a miner, and I bought a bunch of AG yesterday and took it home overnight. Come on, this is a little touchy there. AG overnight and rolled the dice. Didn't get a gap down, thank God, overnight. But let's talk about where we are right here. This is a pretty heavy position, by the way. I've just kind of thrown all the silver risk that I want to take into this particular stock, and it's an ugly daily chart. I'm not looking to buy this thing forever. I'm looking to get a bounce up into these moving averages and then fade out of it. So I was being contrarian, a word that I will often use in my entry. And my contrarian entry yesterday worked. So now I've got a little bit of padding underneath me. But as I want to show you here and point out, these moving averages are having a convergence or a pinch, if you will, where the drawing is really slow. So we've got the declining 5, which is a very solid wall. This is going to be, I mean, you could see earlier this morning, the 5-day moving average, 130 period, 15 candles, 130 of them, gives us a 5-day moving average. Already repelled that area, so we've kind of bounced. Now we're made a higher low. Now we're popping back up. I'm just walking you through why I'm still just going to sit in this trade. I fully expect a wall of selling to really kind of show up here. So by the end of the day, if I look over and we're back and we're closing above that 3-day moving average, well, now my targets up here are going to be set and I'll start taking profits. This is my swing scalping. Day and a half, 2 days of contrarian movement and or momentum, and then bail out the back end of the wave, paddle position, and do something new. Groupon. So I've been trading in and around this one, right? I wasn't in this for a couple days, but got back in it. Remember, this is the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. So, it's been hemming and hawing, but what I did notice is, as the market was selling off, wow, my charts really are slow too. I think it's probably because I'm broadcasting also, HTML, because my milliseconds are strong. Come on, charts. Yeah, that's probably what it is. All this selling, that we had the last 5-6 days. If we go back to Groupon, the trade of the week from 2 weeks ago, not really selling off, just kind of holding its own. The last 5 days, we've had some green candles, including today. So this 1125 level seems extremely solid. The stop on this one was 11 in general, never triggered. The big deal on this one, of course, is the short float. This one has been screaming at me on my short float scanner. For those of you who don't have it, we're going to talk about this scanner, and I will happily share it because that's a perfect segue. What I'm doing also is I'm watching here Groupon. I'm watching the volume. It started the day off really, really weak relative volume, and then on that last move, we started to really pump it up. But my 1 and 5 minute volume metrics here, I keep an eye on in real time. This is the genius of trade ideas. You're not going to get this at TrendSpider, watching real time data change without you having to click submit, enter, return, input, output, what have you. Segue is what I said. So I looked up on my short squeeze here. FSR was the trade of the week for 3 weeks ago, I believe. And it's been all over the place. Not interested in that. But what I did notice was a new name. So I'm kind of focused, guys, on this area up here. What are the names at the top of this list? That means these have the highest short float. Fisker, 43% short. That's nasty. So then I said, wait a minute, Upstart, that's a new one. I forgot about Upstart. Who's Upstart? I click it. First thing I notice, oh, look at that flat 200-day moving. And this is like the base of a foundation of a building right here. The price is 1, 2, 2.5, 3 days maybe, tested that 200-day. Now we've got ourselves a pinch on the daily here. What's going to give way first, the 200-day or this 10-day that we're crawling at right here, right now? So I noticed this, immediately pulled it up, and I got my price early. I took a small position. I took a starter position. I did not jump in the deep end with both feet and plunge in. I'm watching and I'm waiting. If this stock closes above the 10 SMA and gives me a resolution on this pinch that's happening here in these two moving averages, I will likely add to it in the close and take it home. Short float 36% of 71 million. I honestly think this is increased because it literally popped up on my screen. I'm used to seeing Guess. I'm used to seeing NVX. I'm used to seeing Groupon. So having said all that, let me share the scan for anybody who's quietly watching and thinking I might want that. It's sorted by short float, and I derive a lot of ideas from it. I would not be in Groupon or trading around Groupon. Again, I've been in and out a couple times, but I'm back in, and I'm looking for a move here today. Not the prettiest of candles yesterday. When I say, I mean that wick, that blow off. And it was almost like clockwork. I laughed at the guys. I said, you know, this thing is going to pull right up to the high. I think it was 79. Let's see. Yeah, roughly 79. And I said it's probably going to tickle that high from past and then reverse. Well, that's exactly what it did yesterday. Just short-term price action stuff, but it did it. But it's saying, I'm not done yet. I'm coming back for more. What's it going to happen the next time it tests this level? Is it going to take it out? I don't know, but I'm going to be a part of it because I'm in it. All right, let's take a look at questions, Steve. Don't have to run the sprinklers. Yeah, I'm still running them a little bit. I got some spots I'm like totally being ADD about that I'm trying to spot, seed, mulch, whatever you want to call it. All right, here we go. Luca, can you take a look at IMVT short? Barry said offering was priced. Thank you for telling me that you're in at break of 40. Thanks for telling me that. So let's take a look at this chart. Luca wants to IMVT. Biotech, waiting for the daily to come up. Again, my charts are very slow after I broadcast. I'm going to discuss this with Barry. I think that's some of the issue that we're having ever since we moved to the HTML charts. Look at that. Here's what I might do, guys. I think I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to downshift, turn off the browser interface, and I think we're going to see some big improvement. Let's just play here real quick. Q. Bam, bam. Much better. All right, so for the sake of not using the best feature and broadcasting, let's go back. IMVT. Short at 40. Thank you for telling me that. Okay, so this is like my day and a half theory, isn't it, right? Here's day one, solid day. Day two was yesterday. Follow through, but quickly on the open. Let's take a look at our signal candle. There's our signal candles right there around 41.97. And it never got above yesterday. Look at how that 10 SMA just held it down. So I think this is a wise, interesting play for a short. These are what you call, parabolic shorts. You're trying to fade the giant parabolic move, but you've got to make sure that you step out of the way and let that, day and a half or let that initial push establish itself. And now we've got confirmation, those closing candles yesterday under the 10 SMA that tells you it was broken. The momentum was broken. And now we're a little bit of sloppiness on the open, but broke again. Now 40 is a nice solid number, and you can see it's also a pretty important pivot level based on that line, the support and resistance. So we've got the 10 SMA moving over now to start to cover that 40 and give you some support or some resistance or some, not literally support, but they've got your back. Let's put it that way. The 10 SMA looks like it might have your back here at 40. All you want to do is try and ride that. That's what I would be doing, is just try to keep the price below this declining 10 SMA on a 15. Your signal candle will be the opposite. It depends on what your time frame is, but if you want to lock in profits, you could take, half off or all of it. It's up to you. The minute you get a green candle that closes back above a declining 10 SMA on this 15, that could be hours from now. It could be tomorrow. But that would be how you want to surf this wave. That's my best analogy. You should just try to surf this wave, the wave being the 10 SMA. And once the price breaks and closes, not ticks and trades, but closes, that's when the wave is starting to break down. So it looks good. It's not different than the A table. It's pretty much the same thing. Okay, I got to catch up here. Yeah, good, Luca. It's looking good for now. Calvin, hello. Do you find a correlation between a heavy short float and the number of insiders? I don't. I never really look at the number of insiders. It's just too granular and fundamental for me. I try to let the price action tell me what the psychology of the stock is, not try to get in the heads of what the C-suite people are doing. And that reminds me, on the IMVT, quick look, short float's only 9%. So Luca, you're not, the last check off on that would be like, is this a major short squeeze? Are you looking up and seeing something with a giant short float? No, you're not. So that also has to give you maybe a little bit of comfort, on the short side. So yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, Trevor. The reason I called it the A table is because I built it 2 years ago in the raging bull market, and I used the score. The score filter is still in there, but I've dialed it way back so I can have a bunch of names. The original concept was, who are the students eating at the A table, but also have a big skeleton in their closet of a short float. So back during the bull market, we had a lot of stocks at 80, 85. This is my score composite rating. All right. So configure. This is the filter right here, score composite. This is like a grading curve. I've lowered it to a D, 60, where I had it at 80 as a B. When I originally made this scan, I had it at 90. So the original concept was using the power of trade ideas to say, okay, what stocks are doing incredibly well on our composite rating, meaning they're a very good looking daily chart, but for some reason the short sellers are being stubborn. There's a giant contingency of shorts. Why is that the case? I need to keep an eye on these stocks. So that became kind of a really good go-to watch list for short squeezes. Well, fast forward, the market broke and the short squeezes didn't really work that well anymore because everything was being sold. But now that we're in kind of a choppy market, and even on some dead cat bounce days, you can get some short sellers who are a little spooked and might jump out of a short and start to cover and create, a small panic of buying. So there's still some value to that. So I go back to Groupon. That's why I'm sitting in Groupon. Let's check my, okay, it's holding the 10 SMA. There's no breaking of that with a signal candle. So far, so good. We are a bit above this rising 5-day moving average that's curling back up. So that's solid as well. Hang on a second. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, just chatting. When the CEO pings you, you got to reply. Let's see where we are on. Hey, Steely Stan, what's up? When the market is below many moving averages but appears to be reversing, what do you want to see for your personal conviction? All right. So it's a good question. What am I looking for? Remember, I was saying I was looking for some short term. Let's go to my AG trade that I took on yesterday and took home. Perfect example of what you're saying, Steely Stan, below all moving averages. Okay. I'm not going to be unrealist and say, this is the bottom. I'm holding this in my back pocket for generations to come. We're blasting up to 10. That's not what I'm saying. I just want to ride an oversold wave. And what I was saying earlier is this declining 5-day MA coming down here is starting to peck on the declining 5-day MA. And I want to see, to answer your question, what do I want to see? All right. I want to see, to get an oversold bounce to be working, I want to see it break through this layer right here. I want to see it break through this netting. And once it does, see, we're coming up on a pinch play here, remember? So which one is going to win? You know, there we go. That one or this one? We're going to get a resolution. And I'm hoping that it resolves by breaking that. So I think that's a good answer to your question. What do I want to see from my personal conviction? This is it. This is usually why I use that 130 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. Now, I'm not being unrealistic, because I said, going back to what's my target, probably half my sell half right there. Maybe try and see if I can get the other half off at this moving average. And then I'm out. And I've done nothing to try and break the trend that's in play. I'm just playing the jump rope of this particular play. And there's nothing wrong with doing it. It's not something I write about or want to teach a lot, because, you know, it's a downtrend. I don't generally like to be doing that. Buying things under the 50-day moving average. If I am, it's going to be a real short oversold type of setup, which is what we've got right here. For Groupon, different story, because it's been relatively strong holding up against the moving averages. But moving average is still winning here on the 10 period, excuse me. As long as it wants to come back up and challenge this previous high, here's what I have in the back of my mind. What are you guys going to do when that happens? Are you going to panic? Because this thing has shown tremendous relative strength as the market's been selling off. These people still have to get out. Anything above here is going to mean more pain for them. So that's the kind of caricature I like to play, is put myself in the shoes of the other people versus what does the chart currently say. And that's why I like the short squeeze play so much, because you just know that there's this pent up angst in there, and they're all watching each other, waiting for that hair trigger to go off and make the decision for them. Should I, shouldn't I, or should I put a stop in? Should I just pound out? We've all been there. AJ, hello. I'm good. My day and a half theory, Luca, is that's pretty much like, you know, my stock surfing theory. It works more on breakouts more than anything. Let's go to my upstart position. It's the only few things I have. It's my theory that when I'm trading, swing trading, I'm looking for momentum moves. I almost call it swing scalping, because some people might think of swing trading as, hey, I'm going to jump into this thing and I'm just going to hold on to it until it makes, you know, 10 points. If that takes a week, 3 weeks, I don't care. I don't like tying up capital like that. Before you know it, I've got a bunch of positions on my screen that aren't doing anything. So I try to position myself where there might be a good momentum move. And then when it comes, I'll try and add to it and ride it. Step one is for me to just take it all the way to the close and not sell anything. And if I get that, then I know that likely I could have a good follow through day the following day. I don't really have a good example to give you here. If I find one, we'll do it. But the following day is day number 2. And day number 2, you're either going to get a gap up, which is an absolute gift. So you immediately take that gap up and you start selling the open. Option number 2 is it might, you know, flutter around a little bit, or maybe it just takes off immediately, or it might pull back 10 cents and then go back to highs. You've got about an hour and a half or 2 hours before you're likely to start seeing that momentum die. So the day and a half theory for me is just essentially a time frame snapshot of how long a good momentum lasts. And to me, it's like a good wave, trying to surf a wave. It's only going to form and last so long before it breaks up and becomes messy again. So day one should be ideally a good solid green candle, closes at or near highs. Day two, you're either going to get a gap. If you do, you take it and be happy. If you don't, try and fade out, after an hour or two of day two. And that's where my signal candle comes into play. That's really trying to ride this as much as I can before the momentum breaks, rather than guess when I think the momentum is going to break. If I can find a good example, I will certainly give you one. I'm just looking for something that was strong yesterday and then is kind of petering out here now as we speak. And this could be day one on something like that. I'll tell you what, just stick around, and if I see something, I'll let you know. Here's my AG. So we're coming back, and we're, didn't get through the first time, but we made a higher low. We're going to come back. So this is the moment of truth, and this is what I want to see. Ideally, maybe this could become like a day and a half trade. It breaks through, closes on highs up here, say around 510. Tomorrow, I'd be fading out of it midday, or I'd be selling any gap on the open. That's my day and a half. Hope that helps. AJ, I exited the trade ideas script. I need help on tweaking it. You exited a trade ideas script. How can I send it to you? Okay, so go ahead and send it to info@trade-ideas. I'll send you just send it there, and I'll check in the next minute and look for it, and then we can pull it up, and I can see if I can help you. Do you ever look for bounces on charts like NEP? Right now, the whole market in general is bouncing. Okay, so what do we have? We have bad news. Obviously, something bad happened yesterday. Plunges and after slashing growth. Okay, slashing growth. So now everybody that didn't get out yesterday is saying, God, I wish I got out yesterday, and they're puking it out today. Bad earnings, bad news, what have you. It's usually going to take, I call it like 3 days before the weakest of the weak hands, or the stubbornest of the stubborn hands, finally cough up their shares. Never would I try to jump into something like this on day one. Day two, maybe you could nibble here if we look left and found a reason to. I don't really see a reason to. This might be all-time lows, right? Let's just explore. Oh, that's okay. So that's interesting. So here's what you do. You come back here and you'd put a price alert at 29.01. And maybe it's going to take 2.5 days to get down there, but there it is, just at the bottom of the frame there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the stock come down. So set that alert if you're curious. Let that alert trigger, and then watch the price action. Watch how you probably see a big flush of stops getting hit. And then if it reverses and retakes this 10 SMA on the 15-minute time frame zoomed in, that could be a place to nibble. I wouldn't be opposed to doing something like that. That's the weekly chart again. So that's a pretty big jump. All right. Let me check the incoming here. No email yet. I think I'm over here. There we go. Who sent that? AIJ. Yeah, I'm looking for your email. I'll help you when you send the code. All right, Calvin, I noticed with large short floats, there tends to be a large insider holding compared to companies like Groupon. Okay, so that's, Calvin, that's an interesting correlation that you should continue to run with, because there are things that I notice all the time that other people don't talk about. And yeah, that's, anytime you can notice a correlation and you get feedback that that's a pretty solid correlation, go with it. Let me just read that and then kind of marinate in that. Large short, there tends to be a large insider holding compared to comparable stocks. Okay. Interesting. I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Thank you for sharing that, and everybody else. It's probably some good info to look into. Hello, Mike. Christine, I attempted a swing of CNK and it's doing. What do you think? It's doing what you just described, sitting there, not doing, tying up capital. Let's take a look at what CNK tells us. Start with the daily. Cinemark, motion picture. So kind of like an AMC kind of a thing. Right off the bat, I'm concerned with these daily wicks. So we're starting to get into candle analysis here now. I call this like a fishbone, comb. Look at all those rejections. After a while, a stock starts to give you its personality. It's almost like a porcupine saying, I am not comfortable closing up here above 18 and a quarter. Just so you know, and that could hold well today as well. Excuse me, let me put on mute to clear my throat. And it's also curious that it's happening at this prior high. So we know that it's difficult to get stocks to break out of this market and push higher from a prior high without a lot of jumble and washing machine action and whitewater, to use the surfing term. But let's zoom in a little bit. So this is what you've got going on the plus side. You've got this moving average still moving higher, the 5-day, and this pullback here today bounced right there, so it held it. I would like to see this line continue to be held all day long. Otherwise, if it doesn't, we're probably just going to get another one of these wicky wick closes back down, and it might just be that sometimes these stocks on the daily chart, and stay with me on this, can literally be like ADD. They got to walk in and flip the light switch 10 times before they can enter the room. By that, I mean algos can be ADD. They're programmed to have a input output target area, then therefore a reverse and or run, whatever. But a lot of times they won't do that until their check box has been ticked off and says, did the price touch the 10 SMA? And this is going to Calvin. This is one of the things that I've noticed, and I don't see a lot of people talk about it. I know that algorithms and quants run these markets as market makers. It's not old school humans anymore. The machines run the place. You got to go through them. But also the quant funds that put money to work and the hedge funds that drive prices, they're also algorithmic driven. And I've just noticed that if you can't get something like this to break out and you look down and it hasn't come back and flipped the light switch a few times by touching the 10 SMA, literally touching it, that satisfies almost like a formula, I think, for some of these algos. So if it gets rejected today and comes back down below that moving average, the 5-day, likely it has a date. It's not going to want to do anything until it resets. It's been a lot of days here moving up to this level. Now we're kind of consolidating. So it's up to you. I like to give these things till the end of the day and see how they close. But that's what I would expect it to do. Yeah, I see. Okay, so 819, that's going to be this day right here. So it's not necessarily a high. If you weren't seeing that, Christine, you want to back up a little bit more and zoom out and see, oh, there's actually this area is pretty solid right here, this 1845 level. And wouldn't you know it, that's where the price wanted nothing to do with once it got into that territory. So we're in a congestion pattern here. And I wouldn't be surprised, to just reiterate this, to see the price come back and tag that rising 10 SMA just to satisfy the algos, because those algos, they're ADD. All right, let's back downshift and see if we've got the email. I didn't get an email yet from you who wanted to send me, AIJ, you wanted to send me your script. I'll go back and keep looking. Okay, yeah, FSR, this one's just nasty, isn't it? With that giant short float. And oh, look, speaking of, right, the 5-day moving average, Christine, look at how this one is giving us comfort that it's wanting to hold this congestion area here, just on this particular example. And by the way, if you don't have this, I'm going to right click and I'm going to send you the old version, not the HTML version, but you can turn on the HTML version. This will be the cloud link for this chart that I keep talking about, the 15-minute chart. And you can use that setting and open it. 8.9. Okay, good. I'm glad you clarified that, Christine. Good. So yeah, as you can see, as I said, it just once it gets above that area, it just runs out of steam. And that's really typical because things just don't cut through resistance areas like butter and continue. I mean, there has to be some sort of a breath, an out breath, or a hot meal or a shower, whatever you want to call it for the troops. So that's where we are on this one. If you believe in the company and you believe in the story, we can get back to does the chart confirm the story? So far, it still does. It's above its moving averages. It's just likely to be in kind of a consolidation pattern right here. All right, let me put this up. I got to catch up a couple things here. All right, catching up over there. Let's see where we are over here. Did you ever? Oh, I see a new email. Nope, that's not you, is it? Whoever wanted me to help them with their AIJ, I think it was, to help with your configuration. If you're still there, send the email in. By the way, I mean, you know, sometimes maybe when you open your email and you get disappointed that there's no trade of the week, I think the trade of the week to not have a trade of the week and be in cash was also a good call, which I was also doing. Groupon from 2 weeks ago, I was in and out, basically rode this a little bit and then didn't like what the market was doing and then saw that it was holding up and got back in basically 2 days ago. So I'm still in the money. All right, we're at the bottom. Christine, I picked it up from the TI strength, cool, and short squeeze potential. Let's go back. I forgot to look at the short metrics. 22% of 108 million, not bad. There's definitely, okay, there we go. Gotcha, Alfred. Do you, here's what I'm going to need you to do, Alfred. So if this is, okay, if it's an alert window or a T window, doesn't matter. Right click inside the scan and then go to save and share to cloud, and then it'll be there. All you got to do is just click save and share, and it gives you this prompt. This is what you want to copy. Copy that, and then please send that in your email. I'll reply to you. Send cloud, and then you can reply back to that. Just drop and paste that cloud link that was created, and that way we can open it up and I can help you work with it. Yeah, you're right, Christine. You know, the TI strengths are good, but when the backdrop of the market is bad, there's only so much they can do. The best you can hope for really is they just hold their own in relative strength. And that's kind of what it's been doing. So if you can stomach a pullback, you know, down to these levels, 1780 or whatever, 1775, that might correspond with the rising 10 SMA tomorrow, or maybe who knows. But I've seen this before, and it just kind of hangs out here in thin air until it completes its mission and creates a low for the day at or near touching the 10 SMA. That kind of gives it the all clear signal. So if you don't mind tying up the capital, that's probably what it's waiting for. Is it going to, I was trying to watch Kodak here. This is interesting. trying to break that downtrend. And I bet you if I look at the RSI, it's got diverging bottom. Yeah. It's hard to trust stuff right now. I'm not going to take any positions. AJ. All right, let's see if we get it back. I'll wait for your cloud link. Here goes Kodak. The story with Kodak is they might wind up turning out to be a great domestic generic pharmaceutical manufacturer, something that we rely too much on overseas. And I think they've been retooling quietly. So I'm watching the chart to see if it confirms my story. If it closed right here, right now, I might take some home, but I'm not going to buy any at the moment. It's at highs, at resistance. I'm just going to watch it. So I'll wait for your cloud code. AJ. Divergence can be your friend or just pure noise. That's true. That's true. A lot of times you find, you look at it and you go, oh, good, it confirms my thesis, you know? And then if it doesn't, then it's meaningless. So it's almost like it works when you want it to work. And other than that, you don't care, if that makes sense. What have we got? I got 15 minutes still. We're good. Hopefully I do want to help you, AIJ, with your question. I entered the Alpha Predator alert. It's been helping me find some nice trades. Is there a way I can tweak it so I can capture the alpha before it happens? Now, that's a tough one, but we'll take a look at what the current settings are, and I'll see if there's anything we can do to try and open that up a little bit. But when you say the operative word, can I capture it before it happens? Well, now you're asking for a crystal ball, and that's actually tough. We can't necessarily predict. FEMY, you were asking about. I'm just waiting for the email. AXLA. That one triggered this morning. COSM. Probably triggered yesterday. Usually what it's going to be, Alfred, is maybe loosening up volume, or I'm not really sure what the settings are that you're using, but we got 10 minutes or so. If you're able to send me the actual cloud link on that, and we can dive in and look under the hood and see what we might be able to loosen up to get more of an earlier alert. But there's nothing we can do to predict it. There's nothing that a stock does that says, hey, I'm about ready to run. It's like a shark saying, hey, I'm about ready to attack you. I haven't found a sweet spot outside of divergence plus lower support. Yeah, it's really like a third tertiary check off. That's why I don't look at it that much. Perfect circle. That's an interesting concept. COT data. What is that? Contracts open. There's always been a big in the futures market and commodities. Yeah, the commercials, you always want to pay attention to what they were doing. So using divergence between two different groups, that's interesting. Yeah, AIJ, other than commitment of traders, right? That's what it was. It's been so long since I traded cocoa and sugar and soybeans, cotton, pork bellies. That was a funny market, the pork belly market. Those were like 4 guys who all knew each other sitting around reading a paper. You had to go through them to hedge your hog pork bellies. AI, I want to help you, but I'm going to run out of time if we don't get it. Frozen OJ, that's right. Sit back and watch Tom Conlon, I think his name was, on WGN Weather and find out if it's going to freeze in Florida. If it's going to freeze in Florida, you jump in the OJ contracts. I'm trying to think of what else would be on those. Let's take a look here. We could probably do that, AI. So if I go to a new doc channel bar, and you said explosive winners, I believe. Oh, Alpha Predator, I'm sorry. Alpha Predator. I don't have that on here, do I? Let's do this. Let's see if it's in my cloud. Alpha. Predator. Okay. Maybe this is the one you have. I don't know. Alpha Predator. Configure. A lot of stuff going on in here. 5-minute highs. Filters. What could we do to loosen this up a little bit? Position in range means it's in the 60th percentile of today's range. You know, you might be able to lower that to 50, try and catch something earlier. Volume in 10 minutes and 5 minutes, you could maybe shave these down to like 150 to where they're still above 100, 150 and 200. Those two volume filters might help you bring something in earlier. That's a concept. Check my stuff here. AG, okay, perfect. We're getting that test that I was looking at, and of course, as you can see, no surprise, the 5-day moving average selling is putting up some resistance there. Groupon. There's a story here, right? There's actually not only the short float story, but you know, are we in a recession? Yes. Good argument to say that we are. Groupon in itself is inherently a recessionary business model. People are trying to save money yet still live their life, and so I think the Groupon business model is coming back simply because of the recession. So is the chart confirming my story? Yes, it is. And we've got a giant short float as a possible second stage rocket fuel. So still feeling confident there. Anything can happen at any time. It can fall right back into its range like it's done in the past. I'm not saying buy it, I'm not giving anybody advice. So here's the upstart that I nibbled earlier this morning, only based on short float, 36%. You can see it took out yesterday's high. And just like I was preaching a minute ago, it has nowhere to go. Once it expends its energy taking out a prior high, it has nothing to do but consolidate. So over the last 45, 60 minutes here, it's done nothing but consolidate. Now, hopefully, intraday here, this 10 moving average brings up the rear, and I'll put that back to highs and let myself know if it does get back to highs. But it might have to come down here and play tag first before it can turn back up. All right. Why do I say we're in a recession? Prices are going farther and faster than anybody can catch up with. Gas just hit $6 a gallon here in California, and your wages aren't going that fast. Housing is in a slump. Interest rates are jumping up. The personal savings rate is done. It's shot. People have ran through their savings and their credit cards and are now living as best they can. There's no one thing you can point to, but when you look around, if you compare today's prices to what it costs to have a job or you're a salary and pay for gas and have a mortgage, have a car, buy food, to what it was in 1933, adjusted for inflation, and that was in the middle of the Depression, we're right at those same levels. So great question, Marty. I'm glad you brought that up. Hopefully one of those 7 or 8 answers helped convince you that I am convinced that we are in a recession and it's getting worse. Yeah, they're not even close to keeping up. And whatever inflation they're saying it is bullshit. Sorry, Barry. But they're fudging the numbers, man. We all know eggs and meat is not up 8%. Some of the stuff is just up 40, 50%. Travel, cars, gas, energy. They're real selective with the way they like to report those numbers. And by the way, here's something that really upsets me is when they come out and they say the jobs, we grew 300,000 jobs, and then they revise it down to 200. And then 3 months later, they do a second revision and they go, oh, it was only 100,000. So I don't know what's going to happen to the market, Marty. One would think that it would be bad for the market, but yet this market seems to have a mind of its own for whatever reason that is. So that's why I'm very tentative right now about taking a lot of positions and holding them for very long. The bottom could drop out at any time. We could hit a Friday and a couple more banks could close. I don't know, but I'm very concerned. I'm surprised the market's not down more. If you want my opinion, technically speaking, I think the SPYs have a date with the 200-day moving average. So that means we get a dead cat bounce today, maybe a day and a half, right? Today and a half of tomorrow. Then we kind of lose some steam. Do we roll back over and test this 200-day? I feel like we have to, honestly. So, you look at the last couple months, it hasn't been great. Very, very bearish on the economy. I don't know how much that translates into price action on the stock market. Marty, those are great questions. Yes, the squeeze me, I can drop that. Wait a minute, the link for your latest squeeze. This is the one I'm using. It's not squeeze me. It's just, I don't even know what to call it anymore. It was the A table. I just call it my short squeeze scan. And that's where I found Upstart. And so I'm just watching Upstart. There you go. The AFRM business will do well buying on credit. Oh, let's see what that is. I forgot what they are. Is this like what's unique about them, ARFM? Hello, Barry. See, I told you he was there. He hears.
I just logged on. I did log on. Though I did happen to hear the end of the world.
The 7 or 8 reasons I gave why. Yeah. I mean, these are all things that I've seen, headlines I've written, reports I've read, and just there's nothing pointing in the right direction. I mean, even look at the TLT, at least we opened and came back up, but interest rates are climbing every time this thing goes down.
I wouldn't want, yeah, I mean, I would not want to be, young and, well, I would rather be young, yes, but if I were looking for a house or trying to finance a car and all that sort of stuff, yeah, that would be pretty brutal.
In
Though, Steve,
San
you were old enough to remember that, I mean, yeah, we're at 8%, but you're old enough to remember that,
Yeah,
interest rates used to be, even 12, 14, 15%.
yep,
So, I mean, I do remember those days also, but
yeah.
I hear you. I mean, when you go from basically zero interest rates to whatever, I don't even know what it is now because, it doesn't really affect me personally, which is a horrible thing to say because, I guess I should, I do feel for people who, their homes are due to be remortgaged or
That's
something
what I
like
was going to
that.
ask you. I've read a lot about Canada has a lot of 2-year arms adjustables up there, and I've seen people who on the rental side whose rent doubled and they're being kicked out, and it's a horrible deck of dominoes tipping
Yeah,
over.
I really haven't seen that. In fact, I actually saw that there were a lot of rentals on the market now, and a reasonable. I mean, the rental market is great. By the way, I just have to ask the question. And I know you have to get going. When we went to Boston and we rented an apartment, and it's the first time I'd seen in a major city that you have to pay the realtor who looks for the apartment, and you, of course, then you've got to. We had four payments that we had to come up with. The first and last month, the damage deposit, but plus the actual giving a commission to the realtor who found the apartment.
There's none of that. We just go straight through Zillow. My girls are
Okay.
moving out at the end of the week here, and they just found a place on Zillow. They found the guy, the man who owns the place, and they dealt directly
Mhm.
with him. But San Diego is the worst place to try and live for affordability. So that's why they lived at home, the two of them, for a year and a half, and they
Mm,
saved up. Now they're moving back out again. You need a
right.
roommate. It's so expensive in this town. If you're young, it's very hard.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, again, I'm lucky. Don't have to worry about mortgage rates, or I don't have to worry about interest rates at all. In fact, for me, to be honest, if they went to 28%, 30%, I'd be so happy because I'm just sitting a lot of cash,
There you
so
go.
don't have to worry about anything. But I mean, that's being very inconsiderate for people who are in that issue or have that problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. All
Hmm.
right, Barry, I'll duck out now.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot,
See you
Steve,
around.
again for spelling me, and catch you next week.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, guys, back in YouTube now, and now back into the main room. There we go. All right. So what has happened since I was gone? Still kind of looking at that KVYO. If it takes out 37 again, excuse me, KVYO, if it can take out 37 again, I believe I do have my price alert. No, it doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. And it's also looks like it's more or less kind of following the market a little bit. There's it looks like it's kind of following them what the market's doing. So if the market starts really giving it up again, guys, I mean, we had this nice, nice run for, well, since 10:30, almost nonstop until 12:30. So we had a great 2-hour run, but this is getting a little ominous. That red candle here, this the 12:45, 15-minute candle is looking a little bit ominous. Yeah, Steve looks at, I mean, I don't, because I'm such an intraday trader. I mean, what's happening on the macro end of the market? I mean, I know kind of what's going on, but I don't pay a great deal of attention to it. But yeah, if you listen to Steve or Andy, Michael Noss, and well, Jamie's more of a scalper, so I don't think he cares as much about what the overall market's doing. But certainly Andy and Jamie, sorry, Andy and Steve. to speak about Dan. I don't know. He doesn't do anything like this. I mean, don't get me wrong, I know he trades, but, I don't know his trading style or anything like that. Okay, guys, so yeah, ominous, a little bit ominous right here, that red candle. Let's see if this is we get another follow-up red candle. I mean, that'll be kind of the kicker. We get a follow-up red candle. Just a minute, guys. I'm just following internal discussion here. I just want to see what they're talking about. Okay. What island? All right, let's take a look at Uber. You're saying Uber is dropping because New York City is saying no go to a minimum wage or dropping below the minimum wage. A little bit of a drop, not huge, but and DoorDash. So there's your headline. Okay. I don't know if that was a little bit earlier. This is where I see it on Interactive Brokers at 1 o'clock. Yeah, but Calvin, do you remember the times where you had a hot mic? Do you remember those times also? I mean, I'm not saying I'm infallible like that. I do my best to make sure the mic's off if I'm doing something else, but we can all make mistakes. But happened to him a few times. Exactly. Turn your mic off. Okay, guys. So I am really not seeing too much. Well, first of all, let me get rid of my announcement. I'm just super interested to see what this next candle is going to be. Is it going to be another giant red candle, or we have a little bit of a respite from the selling? I think this area here, 428. I'm going to stick an alert there. Takes that out. I figure we're just going to keep going down then. So Siri has had a great run. I know that there's something to do with Liberty and Siri. That happened, I guess, this day, a couple of days ago. That's right. It dropped on Tuesday after Liberty Media announced it proposed a combination with the company. Okay, but it is moving, boy, and what a nice move from that bottom 350 to today 493, $1.50 move in less than 3 days. But you would have had to, impossible to get it right at the bottom and sell it right at the top, and plus you would have had to withstand probably a lot of choppiness. I don't like this second candle, guys. I don't like the second candle in the SPY. Not if we want to see a positive day. So, all right. So this Uber and Dash are now getting some action now from that news regarding New York City, not allowing them to, I guess, get down below minimum wages for their drivers. Remember Femi? Femi, a couple of days ago, super choppy, but it's having a day again. Down to 104 yesterday. This morning, it actually broke down below a dollar, but it is starting to move again. FEMY. Heck of a week though for Femi. When you look at that weekly candle, heck of a week. Starting at 31 cents. High today, 160, or I guess that was 2 days ago, 167. Heck of a week. So cannabis bill passes Senate committee. Okay, let's take a look at what's happening with MSOS. Nothing. Okay. I think it's still this thing with the DEA sometime in October. I think that's the key one. I don't know when in October, but that's the last thing I remember. I'm kind of waiting to see what the DEA says regarding cannabis, getting it rescheduled. What the heck does that mean? You're talking about when you're talking about unless the DEA was prevented from making it legal. The DEA was prevented from making it illegal. Okay. Julimar Castro, if that's the correct pronunciation. What do I think about MTRX? MTRX, this is in our YouTube room. MTRX, what do I think about it? I know was on a tremendous run. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't given anything back, really, has it? 2-year high. I kept looking to see if there was any news on this one. I didn't see any news on it. I mean, it had earnings back early September, so I was right here, in fact, probably. No. Yeah, so this was the earnings reaction, and since earnings, it's been great. This was the earnings reaction right here, that candle on September the 12th, released after hours on the 11th. So this was the reaction on the 12th. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I can say. I mean, it's just had a tremendous run. Biggest candle so far, since that run. You would think maybe, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it keep going? But you're not in chase mode right now. If I were going to buy this, I would want to see it just base a little bit longer underneath 12. The next high is, I mean, if you look at the monthly chart, I mean, the next high is way up here at 1405. So, I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, it still has some room to go. Maybe if it bases, but you are looking at something that is gone, I want to say parabolic, but certainly there's been no pullback yet. The VWAP is 1151. That'd be a key area. Maybe wait for a pullback to the VWAP if it can possibly happen. Actually, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it was, not until 1201 did it show up. So if you're wondering why didn't it show up here, 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 there must have been some filters that weren't met. Probably was the volume, because my minimum volume here is 500,000 shares. So it's 500,000 shares. So my guess is that it wasn't until maybe 1201 that it hit the 500,000. It's only traded 714. So it's possible that that was the reason it didn't trigger a little bit earlier. Guys, this Milken is MLKN. This is looking very weak now. Earnings play yesterday, but it's not holding. So it's below yesterday's low. It showed up on my reversal scan at 2360. So it's not really that far removed from there. But I mean, obviously, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get back down to 1918, but it's got a ton of room. Right now, nobody really seems to want to support it. And a little bit of support here. But now the selling is starting again, maybe in conjunction with the market. Yep. My reversal scan is in my home on my home page or in my home page. So just for those of you looking for my reversal scan, just click on my homepage link. Scroll down to the scan section, click here, and then daily reversals, okay? And remember, with all of my scans, every single one of my scans, when you get an alert, it doesn't mean you just take the trade, it's an idea. And what it's looking for, just as it's named. So a stock that had a big day yesterday and is now giving that up today, it won't get a trigger though, unless it takes out the low of the previous day. I mean, I have other filters in place, of course, but it has to take out the low one if you're looking to short something. But on the other side, so the way it's color coordinated is that the idea is a long if it's light blue and a short if it's yellow. Okay, that's the idea. So I mean, obviously, one that was insane was here, AXLA. So at 920 on this candle right there, on that candle right there at 920, and eventually it got up to 12. I mean, it wasn't been easy to get it here and to and get it out right here, but that's why I like to have the don't repeat. I think what you have, what I've given you guys, is the repeat version, so that it does look like this. This is the repeatable. This is the repeat version of that scan. But I also like to have side by side. Most of my scans, I've got the don't repeat version, so I can kind of go back in time and click on the alert. I know the time it happened, I know the price, and say, okay, what happened from then? Look at I think this ACAD was insane also. Actually, no, this was already, this had already made the big move. But again, these are ideas. And notice, not too many over the course of the day. Yeah, I know somebody was making a joke about arm and leg, but look, yeah, leg. What a, nice move. Didn't really see this one. The reason why it's the relative volume is only one basically. So most of my scans have a minimum relative volume of 3. Okay, so that's one reason why I wouldn't see leg in a momentum scan or this option activity scan. Doesn't mean it's bad to trade. It just means, I have to make a decision. Do I want to get overwhelmed by, I mean, if you said, well, why don't you just reduce your relative volume filter to 1, then you would have seen leg. You are absolutely right. But I may have seen 20 others that didn't do what leg did and just chopped around or did nothing. So consequently, I get overwhelmed by the number of alerts. So you always have, look, it just did bother me, missing moves like this. But at some point, you just have to say to yourself, you're going to miss some moves because of the maybe some filter that you have in place. Just move on, deal with it, move on. We get enough alerts with other things that it's not the end of the world that you miss something that you sort of say, man, I would have liked to have traded that. Was that you? That was you, dip buyer, right? Got some room. I mean, over here, 25, 5 or so. Maybe one more leg down. Not leg, but what should I say? One more move down. Okay, guys. Now in my daily reversals, I don't have it as tough. Let me just see. I don't think I think my relative volume is just got to be at least one. That's the only one I think that I don't even have anything on relative volume. Okay, it just has to be a minimum 150,000 shares. Excuse me. I think when I put in a relative volume, I was getting nothing. Okay, so I said, okay, let's see what happens when I take out relative volume. Okay, and I still, you don't get many alerts, which is fine. I think when I try to put in, but I do have the relative volume over here, so I can kind of see. Look at the MLKN, at 310 at the time of the alert, 1057. Notice it's now at 287. So the volume is starting to dwindle a bit. So again, here's a thought: if you're getting too many alerts in your alert window, tighten up the filters. Tightening up meaning maybe, I don't know, increase the volume required, increase the relative volume, change some things up. And if you're getting too few, you're only getting one or two a day, unless they're insanely great and that's all you need, relax some of the filters. It's always I don't really tinker around too much, but especially if you're starting out and you're trying to create a scan and you're thinking, man, I'm just getting overwhelmed, an alert every second. Well, tighten up the filters. Make it a little bit harder for a stock to pass the filter requirements. Oh, right. Okay. Now, this, if it's a GCT, did it have any sort of a bounce? Sort of. This is the one that got hammered by this group called Culper. Put on a big short sell recommendation, scathing headline, almost accusing them of fraud. So here was your original. I did not get in here, of course, but here's your original alert for MLKN. If you'd looked at that and thought, you know what, this looks interesting, maybe I'll just keep it for a while. See, right after that happened, you can see them. It popped up just a little bit. So it would have all depended on where you put your stop. Kind of a nice clue though, because I mean, this was running completely counter to the market. Remember, from here, from 945 on, there's the 945 candle right there. So from here, we were basically straight up on the SPY in the overall market. Here is the 945 candle for MLKN. Look at this. Now it paused a bit. So that was a bit of a clue also. Had a great earnings release yesterday. So you would have thought perhaps with what the market was doing that, there'd be still a little more enthusiasm for this one. So I see that Femi just inched its way a little bit above the high of 2 days ago before it fell. How is VSME doing? Let's see if it's at least at 6. No. So this is not a great IPO again, guys. I mean, what can I say? I mean, the IPO is priced at 5. If this were a great IPO, wow. Okay, Milken really picking up steam now. Full number 23. So if this were a typical what we've seen in the past with some of these very low float China IPOs, they would have ripped the first day. You know, the IPO price is at 5, but this is just there's not a lot of enthusiasm. 777. I mean, that was nice up there, but I think it dropped almost immediately. And now look at it. So now, having said all that, I will put an alert here because you never know what might happen tomorrow or next week. Okay. There's decent volume, 5.2 million. So we'll have to see what happens going forward with the VSME. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the MLKN. I'm always, afraid stock is not gonna take out that whole number. Got close, down to about 15 cents within it. MLKN. Right down to almost 12 cents. And then, I always look at the whole numbers as something that could stop a stock. Shouldn't, but it's just psychological. CART should be, or 30 should be a big level for CART because that's its IPO price, isn't it, Shady? So far, the boys behind him has not supported it. Sometimes you see that, and it's some big names behind this one, but they did not support so far anyway, that 30 level. They allowed it to go below, but approaching it again. Curve guys, CURV. So this showed up in my wow. It's got some room, guys. 236 got a little bit of room on a percentage basis to the next high. Curve CURV showed up on my just showed up 128 in the 10-day daily breakout. And again, if you're wondering why, well, the volume probably wasn't high enough. It's now at 10.76. And why not earlier? Well, again, my minimum volume has to be, or minimum relative volume in that 10-day daily breakout has to be 8. What's the float? Low float. If there's any news on this one, it's a retailer. What is retail doing these days? XRT. Yeah, so still pretty glum. I mean, there is the 200-day moving average for XRT, and you can see where it broke at early September, September 5th. and it's been, a little bit of a run here, but it's been basically straight down, having a bit of a rally day today, but it doesn't look good really overall for retailers. Okay, we're getting into a bit of an uh-oh moment for the SPY guys. There's the low of that 11:30 candle. And there we go. Okay, there's the SPY. Broke down through that level. Okay, well, doesn't look good. Okay, now, Will, you don't have to. You said you were feeling a little under the weather, so certainly you don't have to, but I'm sure it will be appreciated by some, I guess. Nike has earnings, as William said. Nike has earnings at 4:15, so I usually take off right around 3 o'clock, always staying later if there are questions, but the room will be kept open by William until he says 4:15. Okay, guys, I am going to do a video now. So first thing I'll do is put my announcement in. Was it 13:30, 132, so say 142. Okay, guys, so putting everything on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's do a little money management talk. Okay, let's take a look at Curve right here. Okay, so I like to do this at least once a week, talk about money management. Let's say, and I'm going to take 500 shares. This is in our simulator. Okay, so and emphasize enough before you commit money to the market, practice trading. All you need is our standard service. This window we call Brokers Plus. Excuse me. We call this Brokers Plus, and you load it. Now, only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available on the web-based version. Okay, so hopefully you have the downloadable application and you load it. You may have different columns that I do. When you load it, it probably is going to say not connected. All you do is click on Sim underneath Brokers Plus, one of the options. Click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. Now, if it doesn't turn to simulator, it might say account. So just click on that, and then this box will pop up, and then click on it. Now you're in our simulator. Again, it uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. Doesn't matter. You don't have to have a broker. If you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so, and you can practice in the pre-market. You can practice in post-market. The only difference is that, like all brokers, if you're going to take a trade in the pre-market, you have to have a limit order. You just can't go and you can't have a market order. So back to Curve. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to go in at the market. I mean, the spreads, it's a couple pennies, but I don't care. This is just for demonstration purposes. So I'm in the trade at 201. Okay. 500 shares. I will put a stop. Stop is okay. If I don't feel it's working, this is the price I want to get out. And again, I'm doing it this way to make the math easy. And you'll see a red line on the chart on one of the charts, which is going to say approximately minus 100. Okay. So how I trade is I have a checklist. Now, unless I can check everything on my checklist, I don't take the trade. Now, before you say, well, I need your checklist, first of all, you have to develop, within reason, your own trading style. When I say that, I mean, of course, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, but most of the things that I see have already passed on my checklist. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside the price range I like, the minimum volume that I need, usually a relative volume that I need. So most of the things are already checked. So in my style of trading, I don't have to worry about any of that. So that's when I click on an alert, and that's when I start looking. Do I have enough room? Depending on where I put my stop, where could it run to? So let me explain that. So in this particular case, I put a stop at 181, which is 20 cents away. Again, I'm trying to make the math easy in this. So your stop, in my opinion, is one of the most important things you can learn to do. Okay. Now it's very difficult because the way I put a stop in is I may look at a 5-minute chart, certainly maybe a 15-minute chart. I'll look at where I think there is a support level, an area where there's a lot of action. And if it goes below that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Now, that I could look at a chart and see something, and somebody else can look at a chart and not see the same thing. And I get that, there's no right or wrong really. So if I were starting out, I might do this. I might put my stop at the low, maybe the previous 5-minute candle. And why? Well, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that is a defined number. There's no guesswork. That is a number. Okay. Nobody can say, well, my low is this and your low, so it is a number. Whereas, looking at a chart and trying to figure out where you might want to put a stop, I get it. If you're new, it's probably very confusing. So the next thing I do is, so when I click on an alert, okay, I will first say, okay, I have an idea where I'm going to put my stop. The next thing I do is I'll start looking left because in this case, I mean, I'm just using this as an example. Okay, had I taken this trade for real, probably wouldn't have taken it. Okay, the reason why is that I have a 20-cent stop. So the way I trade is that I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I'm risking 20 cents, I have to be able to look at a chart and say, could this run 40 cents? In other words, risking 20 cents to make 40 cents. Could it run 40 cents? And only thing I do is I just look left. And if I see that the next high on a daily chart is say past 40 cents away, could it be 50 or 60 cents away in this particular case, then it becomes a candidate to trade. Okay. Now in this case, it happens to be that the next high is not at 240, it's at 234. So I more than likely would not have taken this trade. Okay, because I don't have a reasonable expectation, the way I look at things, of making a 1 for 2. Now, the other thing though is if I take the trade just because I think it's got a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 risk reward, doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. I could have looked at this chart right there, and the next high could have been way up here at 327. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, doesn't mean it's going to run 40 cents for me, doesn't mean anything like that. But I just want to have a reasonable expectation before I go into the trade of that is what could happen. So that's one thing. The next thing is, okay, let's say you look at something and you decide, okay, I'm going to use the previous 5-minute low. And when I look left, if that's the way you're going to trade, I see that I can make a minimum of a 1 for 2. How many shares are you going to take? Because hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Now there are, you can figure out how much you want to risk per trade. You can go to some website and they could say, well, we recommend 1% a trade. I know Michael Naw says 0.5% a trade. I mean, that's going to be up to you. I mean, I can't tell you definitively how much you should risk per trade. But now, what do I mean by the risk? You notice that there's a minus almost 100 here. Why did that appear? Well, again, in order to make this math super simple, I took 500 shares and I put a 20-cent stop. In the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares. If I take my risk of 20 cents and I divide that into the $100 that I want to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. Okay, so conversely, if I get stopped out and I have all 500 shares and I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, that's $100. So that's what I'm risking on the trade. Some might say, well, no, wait a minute, you're risking, $1,000 on the trade. You buy 500 shares at $2. If it goes to zero, you're right. But that's if you don't have a stop. Okay, that's why we have stops. But I'm not really risking $1,000 on the trade. I'm trying to only risk $100 on the trade. And again, the way I trade is I do not vary my risk amount by much trade to trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 to the 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. Now, you might again say, well, how am I going to know? Because what if it's very fast moving? Well, you're right. Because what you can do, you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You can put your risk amount, if you know how to set up an Excel spreadsheet to direct your equations to your risk amount. So if it's $100, then all you have to do is enter in your entry and your stop, and it'll automatically calculate how many shares. Now, this is all within reason, right? I mean, if it calculates it and it's 490 or 520, don't get too bent out of shape. Also, understanding that if it's a very fast moving stock, it's going to be a little more difficult to share size. Okay, like the AXLA. But let's leave the outliers alone. Let's say you can get close to your entry, your stop. put that in and it gets close to what you want to risk. And I know this is a lot to take in. That's why you have got to practice trading. You can use our simulator. You don't have to trade the way I do. I like to see stocks near the high of the day, but you don't have to do that. You can wait for pullbacks, maybe to the VWAP or a moving average that you like. And again, you might be saying, well, how do I know what I like? Well, that's right. You don't know what you like until you practice trading. I did not know right from the beginning when I started trading that this is the style of trading I wanted. I had no idea. Floundering trying to figure out how I wanted to trade. So with all that in mind, practice in the simulator, and until you can make money in the simulator, do not trade live. Okay? You have to be able to make money in a simulator when there's really no emotion involved. If I get stopped out here, oh well, just play money. But here's the kicker, and it's going to happen. You're going to get into a trade when you start trading, and you're so excited about a trade. Even maybe the room is talking about it. Maybe it even had news. News for me is not one of the things I have to check. News for me is a bonus. That's all it is. If it's got some good news or bad news, if I'm shorting, it's just a bonus for me. So you get into the trade with all the best intentions of obeying your stop because that's what you did in the simulator. And wait a minute, it's starting to come down to my to the stop price, and you think, man, that's impossible. It's got all this great news. It's got all this great action. It's got a ton of room. It can keep moving, and it's not working. Why? So instead of obeying your stop, because you convince yourself that it will turn around, it's just too good. It's just too good. I'm not going to obey my stop. So instead of your $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500, and you start sweating. And that's when you do obey you haven't obeyed your stop, but you get out of the trade because you can't take it anymore. It's going to happen. Now, almost as bad is not obeying your stop, being down instead of that $100, being down $400 or $500, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200 or $300, and now you're so happy you didn't obey your stop, and of course that can happen. But in my opinion, if you want to, have good money management technique, and you want to last doing this, you know, obeying your stop, having good money management techniques, knowing how to share size and all of that is absolutely critical and crucial. You can always get like commissions are so cheap now that, take yourself out. You can always get back into the trade if it sets up again for you. Okay. You shouldn't worry about, well, I don't want to pay the commissions. There are other non-existent or, even at Interactive Brokers, half a cent a share. That's not a reason. I've been trading a few years, so I do remember the days where commissions were like $200, $300, $400 a trade because it was based on a percentage of the value of the trade. And so, yeah, it was really tough. You don't want to get in and out of trades. So you're gonna just say to yourself, okay, it didn't work the first time. Maybe who knows? Maybe if you're into a trade that is a little more in tune with what the overall market is doing, and all of a sudden you get this giant red bar and it starts affecting your trade, you can't help that. You just deal with it, move on, and maybe later on it sets up again. Okay. So you can either listen to me or not listen to me. That's your choice. I'm not saying I don't really teach trading I don't really do anything more than that other than try to convince people that money management is so critical. And believe me, I did not know any of this when I first started. Nothing. I didn't know. I never even heard, didn't even know what it meant by where's your stop? I had no idea what anybody was talking about. Now, if it stocks are okay, this is starting to move a little bit, right? Now let's just say again, it started to approach the this area up here. Let's just pretend that was a two to one. And so it gets close, 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 and then all of a sudden it starts to drop. Now I'm not going to let any trade got all the way back down to where I bought it, or even worse, be in a negative position when I was almost already at a 2 to 1, 1 for 2 risk reward. So in that case, I would probably start taking some off and holding in case it does break through. Because again, just because I think it has the chance to do a 1 for 2 risk reward doesn't mean it's going to happen. Ah, I have to reload this, guys, because the Max PNL is not updating like it should. I'm still counting on you, Pepe, to figure out why. Don't worry about what I'm doing right here, guys. Okay, don't. Yeah, well, maybe I can convince them to give you the source code. So why I did this, guys, is because this max P&L and today P&L was not updating. So I find that this column right there, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price, are two important columns to have. Why? There's one thing to take a trade. Now, where are you going to get out? Now, you heard me talk about, how I might get out of something. I'm not going to wait for a 1 for 2 if it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It starts coming back down to where I bought it. So the max P&L, though, that's telling me right here, that's telling me that if I still had all 500 shares, where where I could have made the maximum amount of money. So if I got out right up here at 213, would have been up $45. Okay. So not a big deal. I mean, right now I'm up 22. I mean, this is not a big deal. What you wouldn't want to see though is have, say, a max P&L of 500, and then you're down to only 22, being up 22. You got to manage your trade better than that, right? Makes sense. Now the other thing is when you get out of a trade, and I'll demonstrate that. That's going to tell you the distance from your exit price. Where did you exit? Where is it? Where is the current price with respect to where you exited it? So again, if you went long something, in other words, you bought it hoping it was going up, and then you got out of a trade, what you would love to see is a nice big negative number there in the distance from the exit price, because that would tell you, hey, pretty good exit because where I got out is way below. Now it's way below where I got out. Okay. Now I'm going to get out of this trade because I just want to show you how you can get out of a trade. You just flatten it. Okay. Just got out of the trade. So if I had a lot of trades in here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out, and I click that flatten button, and that's going to get me out of the trade. Or I could have got out of half my position, or I could have doubled my position. These are, we call them hotkeys. Obviously, you don't have too many, but these are these my defects too. You fixed all my personal defects, Pepe. You need my source code. I'm talking to Pepe in the trade ideas question section. Anyway, so now you see what's happening here. So the distance from the exit price is now I'm a penny under. Okay, current price is now 210. Got out at 211. It's a penny under. Now I'm just doing this all for demonstration purposes, because now if this starts taking off, and it could, that distance from the exit price will be a positive number. Now you're never ever ever going to get out right at the very top, okay, and have the most perfect exit. So when you get out, the current price is under. But this can give you a bit of an idea about how well are you managing your exits. Now this INMD, I remember this one. It had a huge bottoming tail, and then it popped up. Yeah, look at this. What the heck is happening with this one? Talk about. I asked you, William, if this showed up, and you said it didn't. Look at this one. How crazy is this action on this INMD? Well, so what Luca is saying, well, I mean, it can. I mean, obviously, but if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. The problem, of course, with when you start trading live, you might get a little bit slippage that you didn't account for in the simulator, depending if it's a very fast moving stock and if you have to pay some commission. I think actually we have commission accounted here. Where would I take KEG for me? CEG? CEG. Okay, so the first thing I see is that the relative volume is only one, so it's not trading really abnormally. Now you're obviously, what are you looking at? A bounce or a short? Because right now, I would have if I wanted to short this, it would have to take out 108 because there's a low there on that daily chart. There's a low there, and then underneath there is 107. So there'd be a dollar underneath, but you're already giving up a dollar. But to me, there's not a massive advantage. I don't know what you're trying to do with this. Play it on a bounce or short it. I mean, it's a little bit below yesterday's low, and it's got about a dollar to the next low. So I mean, I guess in this, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to do. Got a dollar to the next low, but that's not a big percentage move. For a $108 stock to maybe move down a dollar. Well, and that's because you're probably looking at stocks that are, pretty spready looking. But you're absolutely right. But when I took this trade, the spread was okay, even though it's a cheap one. If you're talking about an AXTA or some of these ones with 20, 30 cent spreads, I probably as a new trader, it's hard to do. I mean, they're exciting when you get in and they work, not so much when they don't work. I mean, that's when you can try, going, you would not go in a market order. You try to do a limit order. Give me a moment, guys. Guys, just a minute. I am again. This email will go into my book when I finally quit Trade Ideas. Okay. Well, Luca, you mentioned something. I mean, there's no problem trying to maybe get to know a stock. I know what you're saying, but there's no problem to try to get. I mean, I know traders that do that. I might just have a basket of stocks, maybe even only 5 or 6, maybe 10 max of stocks that they just trade all day. They follow them all day. They use trade ideas, but they follow them all day, and they have try to figure out a way to trade them. So I hear what you're saying. You say you're fixated on this IMVT, but in general, there's nothing wrong with trying to figure out a way to trade a specific stock if you get to understand the patterns. Yeah, as Poe was saying, he tries to scalp the same stock over and over again. Now, is that the same stock you mean on a daily basis, or do you change stocks on a daily basis, or you take a look at one stock for the day and try to figure out a way to trade it? Okay, so you focus on a few stocks. That's fine. And Shaw in our YouTube room is saying he kind of does that also. Focuses just on a few things. So what was the news on this one, this INMD? I mean, I'm still looking at trying to find out some news on this one. What happened here? I just don't see it. It's an Israeli stock, and it is just getting clobbered here. It's funny. Don't get too many in the unusual or abnormal option activity scanner this late in the day. But this just showed up here at 156. Now, if you're wondering, well, why so late? So I can see right off the bat that relative volume is 4, so it is at 4 now. Has to be at least 3, so that could be one reason. But the other reason is that it had to take out the low of the day, and unfortunately, we had this huge bottoming tail. So you can see what happened. It was just waiting for that bottoming tail to be taken out, and that's what happened at 31.61, and the bottoming tail was right at 31. Well, 31.61 probably. 31.62. So the minute it got a penny below that, that's when we had the alert. Was it earnings yesterday? Oh, good. I'm because we have an October 26th. Maybe you thought that meant September 26th. Anyway, I mean, I don't know. Out of the clear blue, I mean, this stock was running, 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 and then all of a sudden, It got just clobbered down there. It did have a rebound, looked okay, but now look, I mean, it's below that bottoming tail. And now, if I'm looking left on a monthly chart, it looks like there could be some support around 31, maybe. Yeah, and so Blue in our YouTube room, I mean, he or she, I don't know, that person says, if you got a well-structured watch list that you monitor and, use trade ideas to monitor it. I just like the action. Okay. That's why I do kind of like the action. Plus, I'm moderating a trading room, so I'm trying to keep it interesting with all the different things that are happening. If I just monitored my watch list, it could be very boring. So, boy, here's another one that's just got a ton of room. I mean, it's extended somewhat, well, not somewhat on the daily, I guess. But look at the room it's got: 726, 735 or so is the next high looking left for IHS. Relative, it's a UK stock. Relative volume is like 1.5, so it's not huge. Big float, 120 million in the float. You know what you really didn't move too much was CarMax, KMX. I mean, it just, I mean, it moved, don't get me wrong, moved a little bit, but really didn't do after the big move down in the pre-market. It's an earnings play. It really didn't move much. Well, let's see where the curve could go. So these little flags, they just show me these are the simulator trading. Here it goes, guys. There goes curve a little bit. Oh, BlackBerry. BlackBerry has earnings also, such as they're going to be. Remember now, this is just BlackBerry is a software company. They don't make phones anymore, but it's a software company. Rest in peace. Everybody had a BlackBerry. Everybody had a BlackBerry. what a colossal business mismanagement of a company that should still be the absolute leader in phones. It hurts. As a Canadian, it hurts to see such an incredible company just fritter away their success. Nokia, yeah, I suppose you could say Nokia also. Getting way off topic. I mean, talking about stuff like this. Sony, couple of huge mismanagements also with their Betamax, not wanting to license the Betamax technology and letting the inferior technology of the VHS eat them up, number one. And also, they completely allowed Apple to resurrect themselves. You guys probably, maybe, depending how long you've been trading, Apple was bankrupt. Apple was going to be bought by Microsoft. Bill Gates was talking to Steve Jobs. They were going to buy them. Then they came out with the iPod, okay? But Sony had the entire world market with their Sony Walkman. All they had to do was it's not like Sony didn't have the money. All they had to do was something like Apple did with the iPod, and they would have had instant millions upon millions of customers. And they blew it. Blew it. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, if you had known, of course, hindsight, yeah, it's amazing. But, I mean, again, people don't realize Apple was basically done. They did the same thing as Sony did. They did not want to license their operating system to, like well, what PCs did, so you could buy just about any PC and have that iOS, non-Apple iOS on it. And Apple said no, and they so yeah, Apple might have been the best product, but it didn't matter. If you were a software developer and you had a chance to, what are you going to write for? Something that has 90% of the market or 10% of the market? Well, I can say shady that Sony, but they had the product. They just didn't want to license it. Going back to the Betamax days, they just didn't want to license it. They just figured that people would just buy the Sony product because it was Sony and that was it. So there is that. And again, Apple was scrounging, trying to, and yeah, I mean, they came up with a great product, but Sony should have, in my opinion. They were, lots and lots of money, smart people, I guess. Well, evidently not the smartest of people there in terms of development. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. A phone call. Lights that we order are finally in. All right, what time is it now? 2:18. So another little less than 45 minutes for me. Gee, well, I had a beta also shady, and because I had a friend who was in the business. Well, the sector, we'll call it the sector, and he convinced me, yes, buy the beta, it's the best. And yeah, it was the best. Everybody said it was the best. And at the beginning, sure, you go into your local Blockbuster or whatever, and you had all the titles. And then all of a sudden, within I don't know how long, look at Curve, guys. Look at Curve. All of a sudden, you started to see instead of, at the beginning, it might have been 80% beta, 20% VHS, and then it was 50% beta, 50% VHS. Then all of a sudden it was 30%. And what I'm talking about titles available. And then it got down to like 10%. I mean, so a little corner of the wall were for the Betamax. Amazing. Nah, so far it hasn't hit us, perfect circle. Look at Curve, guys. Look at Curve. So if you actually took this trade, here's your level right there, 235, 234. What did it get up to? Got up to 231 so far. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything kind of interesting. Note. Now, note is a daily reversal, but I don't think there was enough room. Yeah, that's what I saw. So it is a daily reversal, but if the next high looking left had been up here, I would have been all over it. Up here meaning 260, but the next high it's 207, and then after that is 213. So to me, there's just too many areas where it may stall. So I just won't take the trade. So, a question in our YouTube room is why do I focus on a 15-minute chart? Why not a 5-minute chart? You could have even said why not a 2-minute chart or a 1-minute chart or a 10-minute chart. It's all personal preference, Rajesh. There's no, it's just what I'm comfortable with. Over the years I've been doing this, I just got comfortable with looking at a 15-minute chart. It's not right, it's not wrong. It's just, whatever you get comfortable with. When I first started trading, I only had a 2-minute chart. That's it. I didn't have a daily or a monthly or a weekly. I'm like, let me get that back to a weekly. But over the course of time, I just found that I became, it didn't happen overnight. Believe me, I was stubborn. I did not want to leave my 2 minute chart behind, and I didn't go from 2 to 15. I think I probably went to probably went from 2 to 3, and then to 5. But I made the leap from 5 to 15. I didn't have an interim like a 10. And this is years ago. It's just what you get comfortable with. Oh, look at this CYT guy, CYTK. Now there's actually almost a red bar ignored. Boy, I haven't seen this one at all. Probably because again, the relative volume is now 3.6. It was probably underneath 3, but you can just see the volume that came in hitting the momentum scanner, and the volume came in right here. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. I don't see any news on this one. I mean, this can't be the reason. Announces call for proposals for its sixth annual communications grant program. That can't be the reason why it's popping up. But it's been in a steep decline for well, ever since September 8th. It's been in a steep decline, probably like with most of the market. But all of a sudden today, and even today, I mean, it was negative, but it's gone positive. Any option volume on SNDX? Let's take a look. Huge option volume on SNDX. Now it's not showing up here because, again, my relative volume has to be 3 for it to be here. So it's only at 2. But yeah, 48,000 contracts, 23 times normal. And it just went positive. Well, I mean, it's got some room on the daily chart. It does have some room. 1596, that's the next high looking left. So I guess it does have some room on the daily chart. Spread's pretty good. Only a 2-cent spread. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. It's interesting. This curve, CURV, it actually does trade options. It's not showing up here yet because I have a minimum number of contracts, has to be 500. It's at 400 right now, but that's 17 times normal. So it actually does trade options, curve. Now look what it got to again, 231, and then right there again, that's at 234. So if you wonder why I get fixated on looking left to find out where the next highs are, there's a perfect example. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there, for the rest of the day, but these are pretty good clues right here. A couple of big topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Buyers had it up to what 231 will say, close it down here at 221. Buyers try it again, get up to 230, 231 again. Sellers are knocking it down to 218. So I've only had three trades today, guys. Lost on the Peloton short, did okay on the MLKN short, and then really got very fortunate on the AXLA early. Very fortunate. Nice haul. Well, to continue this talk about BlackBerry, I mean, BlackBerry basically said, we don't think people will want to use their phones, number one, to surf the internet. Number two, they really resisted cameras because I thought that was, they were billed as a super security device. So they did not want to put a camera on their phone. They basically said, we don't want to do any of those things that Apple is going to do. And that was it. They were insanely wrong. Anyway, all right. CarMax is making a little bit of a move down here. KMX is making a little bit of a move down. Okay, if you want some wild action, maybe keep an eye on the SLNO. It's been hanging around. It hasn't. They did a financing at $20. The trend is up, but remember, this is a very volatile one to try to trade. Look at the volume. I mean, look at the big volume day it had 2 days ago, over 40 million. So the volume has, obviously decreased enormously on a daily basis for the SLNO. Sorry, Shady, I know you've been talking about GRTS. Um, yeah, big gap up. Did see this in the pre-market. Actually, we saw this after hours. Saw it in the pre-market, but then it's just sort of lost interest. Well, I haven't seen LXA for a while. I know it got down to 8 something. So you're saying it's back into 9 something? Actually, I'm sorry, it's AXLA. AXLA. Mm-hmm. LFMD, where do I see the next resistance? Okay, let's take a look. LFMD, LFMD. Question from Raya Glad in our main room. Well, not bad. I have to get to a monthly chart. Certainly on the weekly chart, I can't see anything. I'll scroll a little bit. So we do have something, a weekly chart at 595. That was 2 years ago. And then if it gets through 595, you've got 706 as the next high. So yeah, I mean, if you can get through 595, 6, then you've got a shot to the 7 level. 706. I'm just looking left on a weekly chart, okay? So you're right. I mean, now whether we think that's going to really block it, something that happened 2 years ago, I don't know. Oops. Oh, there's a better look. Yeah, you can see right there on that back in September. So 2 years ago, there was the high 595. Ah, real. Had to take the dig at me, right? Okay, guys, giving you about 15 minutes for me. Again, William will keep the room open until he says 4:15. The cheap one, let's take a look at AMP-G. What is it doing? Seeing what if it's got any sort of. Yeah, I mean, I just look at this weekly chart, guys. I mean, it's a broken record, I know, but look left, look left, look left, and all I see is a bunch of potential resistance areas. Plus hardly any volume. It's showing up here when the volume is only 136,000 and it's already 243. Yeah, I just sort of disregard it unless all of a sudden the volume just kept pouring in. Remember Finger, guys, FNGR, what a run it had from 392 almost straight up to $8. Only one red day from that was starting in that was August 23rd and before it started to come back. So less than a month, September 13th. So August 23rd to September 13th, it was basically straight up. Now, this would have been really difficult to intraday trade. Why? Because look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. So you could have been in the trade and it could drop on you, and then it could come back up for you and then back down for you. So really difficult to put a stop in, as you put in a very wide stop, and in which case, you problem with putting a wide stop in some of these is that, okay, where do you have a realistic expectation of a 1 for 2? And I would say probably not with this one. Now, having said all that, the next high looking left is 564 and then 589. So, argument to be made, if it can get over 6 tomorrow for whatever reason, this could go on another bit of a run. So I'll stick a price alert at 595 and see if it takes it out tomorrow. And maybe it goes on another little run. This is one of those Singaporean stocks. Well, I'll check. Yeah, Ryan, I'll check everything. I mean, it's not just the relative volume. I mean, that's a good question, though. When I get a price alert and it triggers, it doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. It just means, okay, you've triggered at an area that I think is interesting. Now, let's see what it's all about. For instance, what if I put a price alert down at 20, maybe early on in the day, I put a price alert for HASI at 21.97, and it drops down to 18, and then it starts moving, 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 and it triggers. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, of course, because I would look at that as probably being super extended. But I would say, okay, it's at the high. Let's see what it does around there. I'm just using that as an example. So yeah, just because something triggers for me doesn't mean I get into the trade. It really will depend. So if this happens tomorrow, you were talking about, what one was I just doing this on? Sorry, on the HASI, not the HASI. Thank you, finger. It's not showing up in my order entries in Interactive Brokers. I don't know why. Oh, there it is. There it is. FNGR. Okay, so yeah, so the finger FNGR. But if it triggered and the volume was nothing, I mean, really nothing. I'd have to wonder. I mean, what is the likelihood it'll keep going when there's no volume? Now you could say, well, look at today, only 0.93 relative volume, and it went. You're right. You're absolutely right. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if it does trigger tomorrow. It'd be interesting exercise to see if it does trigger tomorrow. And again, the only reason is, the people with the memories that it did this. So could it get anywhere close? Even so, if this ends up happening and the pattern is decent and all, and there's pretty good volume, yeah, you just have to find where would you put your stop if it happens tomorrow or the next day, which is Monday, next trading day, because it's still going to be all about where you're going to put your stop. Yeah, Femi on the move here, guys. FEMY. So remember earlier, it had it struggled to get through the high of 2 days ago. It got right up there and then it pulled back. So what I'm going to do for the YouTubers, because I do have to shut YouTube down, I can't keep it open. So what I'll do for the YouTubers, if you still want to talk about trading, this is the link to get into the what I call the main trading room. Okay, because I'll be shutting down at about 3 o'clock Eastern time. So there's the link to get into the main room, and it will be open until 4:15. Ugh, look at why you got to be so careful. I mean, look how whippy that FAMY was. 179, right back down to 150. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Oh, I don't. I don't take offense at all, Marty. That's why we have the two rooms. Some don't care about seeing the screen, don't care about interacting with other traders. They just, I guess, they just want to hear me speak, and that's why we have two rooms. Boy, look at this one. This ZNTL, Zentalis Pharmaceuticals. I mean, the next low looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, this has just been in a steady decline for now a month, from 27 down to 19. And the next low was 1852. Just trying to see if there's any specific news for it, or if it's just moving down, for no real reason other than nobody cares. All shares available also 1.49 million to short for ZNTL. Well, here's another one showing up really, really late in the abnormal option activity. TRMB. And again, why? The relative volume is now just 3 because of that volume spike. But so 53.27 is the next high looking left. So for me, there'd be two stumbling blocks. I have the whole number, 53, and then that high there. If this were earlier on in the day, though, I mean, you have a shot maybe up to that 56 level. I mentioned KMX. It was starting to move down a bit. Now it's underneath 70. KMX just barely underneath 70. CarMax just barely underneath 70. The low in the pre-market was 68.13. This could be interesting tomorrow to see if it has a second day continuation down on earnings because it still has some room to run if it wants to. It's down through that 200-day moving average, so that's not going to help it. Anyway, guys, I'm lots of internal stuff happening that causes me to chuckle. So there is a TRMB, another new high. So this is the reason that it moved today. Didn't really see this again because the relative volume was too low until right now. So trading higher after the company and AGCO announced a joint venture under which AGCO will acquire an 85% interest in Trimble's portfolio of silver assets. No, AG. Maybe I'll sing for you guys sometimes. The last day, the last day I'll sing. Whenever that last day is going to be, I'll sing. Okay, guys, I think I'll wrap this up now. I don't see any questions, so if there is a question, don't be shy. But if there are no more questions, I think I'll wrap up my stint, and William will keep the room open until 4:15. I'll be stop the screen. I'll be stopping the screen sharing, and I won't be on the mic, of course. And again, tomorrow, the main room will be open sometime before 8 o'clock. Well, no later than 8 o'clock. So from 8 to 9, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. And then I get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. You're welcome, Raya. Is B Knox okay? I know you're not. I know you don't expect a real answer, but you've piqued my interest on the B Knox just because it had such a. And the answer is. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The thumbnail chart. The answer is no. It is not. I shouldn't say that, because what if it did? And somebody says, well, you know what? I was going to take 10,000 shares of BNOX at 431, but that guy in Trade Ideas said it wasn't going to go up back up. So I didn't take it, thereby losing about $100,000 or 10,000 shares, sorry, $30,000. So I can't say that. So I don't know where it's going. Okay. Okay, guys, it's actually now 2:59. So I'm going to wrap this up. We will say, yeah, you might, but believe me, especially in your country when you got your lawyers, I don't know where I would go to try to hide. Probably be just cheaper to give the guy the $30,000. All right, guys, that's it for me. We'll see you tomorrow. So I'm putting myself on mute now. And now, same thing with you guys in your YouTube.